YouTube.
So can we have a roll call today? Do we need a roll call for day 2?
Absolutely. I'll go ahead and do that for you. Senator Agar.
Present.
Senator Guru.
Here.
Senator Hicks.
Here.
Senator Kinski.
Here.
Representative Kenner.
Here in Sheridan.
Representative Larson. I see you.
I'm here. Here.
There we go. Representative Olson.
Here.
Representative Schwartz.
Here.
Representative Summers.
Here.
Representative Walters.
Here.
Senator Bieber.
Here.
Chairman Nicholas.
Here.
You have a quorum and everyone is present.
Okay, welcome to day 2 of joint appropriations. Before we get started, Mr. Co-Chair, do you have any comments?
The only thing I would comment on, Mr. Co-Chair, is that was a long day yesterday, as most days are when you work for the JAC, but I thought productive, and I want to thank all those people out there that came in and provided testimony and worked with us. It was a long day for them as well, and for the one young lady or lady that did not get a chance to make comments, Dawn, I want to be sure that we bring her in at some point in time and allow her that opportunity. Other than that, Mr. Co-Chair, good work yesterday and look forward to another productive day today.
So Mr. Co-Chair, it looks like Janine is in the waiting room. You want to just have her comments right now, and that way she doesn't have to stay online all day, if that's possible.
Mr. Co-Chair, I think that's an excellent idea.
Okay. Hello, Janine. You need to unmute.
Sorry about that.
All right.
Thank you. Sorry about the confusion last night. I had something else to do, and candidly, I kind of felt like you guys were probably worn out and didn't need to hear from me.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to circle back and talk about the health insurance thing a little bit if I could. I won't take a lot of your time. But as you probably all know, health insurance is the second highest line item in our budgets. And I so appreciate what the chairman yesterday said about the private sector, because candidly, we do run the business of our health insurance in our school district like a private business, because it's a very important piece of the benefit package for our employees. One thing I should add is that, we talked a lot yesterday and you heard a lot of good folks talk about health insurance. But we also have to really, and I'm hoping that perhaps Senator Scott's Committee on Health is looking at this, but we've got to be looking at the other piece of this as well. Because the driver of health insurance cost in part is the cost of healthcare. And what are we doing on that end of it to try and drive down the cost of healthcare so that the cost of insurance isn't escalating at the rate that it is? We presently insure over 100 people more than what the model gives us. So we spend over $900,000 more than what we receive for health insurance, because it's a very important piece of attracting employees. If we didn't give our food service employees health insurance, for example, you all know they'll go work for the hotels and get their insurance through the hotels. So it's a really, really important piece to us. One thing I would like to make sure that there wasn't any misunderstanding about is the sharing of data. We are with WEPT. WEPT provides us with a quarterly report, which is called the account-specific reporting. That basically gives us a general overview of what was spent during that quarter. If you are going to be doing any deep dive into anything, I suspect that what would be required is the specific claims data, and it may require something from you all in order to be able to free that kind of information up, particularly from WEPT. We have tried and we cannot receive it. So I don't want you to think that we're stonewalling the state in terms of of sharing information. We are sharing, more than happy to share everything that we get. So at that, I'll stop and ask if you have any questions.
Questions? Okay, anything else you need?
Nope, thank you so much. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you for the information. I think it's valuable.
Thanks.
Okay. So next on our agenda, we've got two bills. And what I think what I'd like to do is let's take up the first bill, the Emergency State Funding Management Bill. And then on the CapCon bill, I think we're going to table that bill and do it at the end of the day, because we've got a couple ideas on what we're going to do with it. And just so people know, and I had a brief discussion with the co-chair this morning, is dividing that up into two bills and having a COVID bill and a state capital construction bill to try to do two different things. Number one, keep the state capital construction bill as close to the one that left the Senate and was approved by the Senate back in March. And then take this COVID bill and work it a little bit, and perhaps at the end of the day, form a working group out of the JAC to finalize it, and we can, that way we can work in a broadband component to it. We can work with this healthcare provider unit. We've got a couple ideas on the House side to do a tuition assistance for community colleges and UW, and there's about one or two other ideas that I think we need to work with. But we can walk through what those options are as we, but I don't want to get bogged down on all that first thing in the morning, because I think we need to just stick with as close as we can to our agenda, and then we'll come back to the CapCon and the COVID bill towards the end of the day. So with that, let's go to the emergency state funding bill. As amended, we had a vote on that. So we'll just bring, that was tabled, so we'll bring that back to the floor.
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chair, before we do that, I like your idea, and I did text members of the Senate Appropriations Committee bill this morning before we started the meeting. And so I think your idea of doing that later in the day is appropriate. That'll give us a chance to think about it and work it. And clearly it makes more sense to do both and do in a separate bills, because combining them, you could get bogged down. I don't want to get bogged down on CapCon and try to do the best we can with what we have to deal with. But I like that idea anyway, and to do it at the end of the day makes sense. So go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, Mr. Co-Chair, and thanks for working with us on these ideas. So I'm trying to, does it require a motion to bring back the tabled bill, or do we have to just proceed with discussion? And Don, why don't you just bring us up to date on what happened and what the vote was, and if there's any, then we'll have any further discussions.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, there were three amendments adopted on the bill. The first amendment appears on page 2, line 12, and it inserts the statutory title 9-4-719 Investment Earnings Spending Policy Permanent Funds. This is purely a non-substantive drafting improvement. It has no technical merit to it. The second adopted amendment appears on page 3, lines 15 and 16. And the amendment struck the $64,425,000 number and inserted $48,319,000. In addition, there was a conceptual amendment that reduced section.
Today.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
It reduced section 308, the major maintenance formula for the 21-22 biennium, from 2% to 1.5%. The net effect of this is a reduction of major maintenance payments over the biennium of approximately $32 million, and a shift of 1 year of that payment from the general fund to the strategic investments and projects account. That amendment was adopted. Finally, Mr. Chairman, the third amendment appears on page 3, lines 20 through 22, And it essentially struck the entirety of subsection B and replaced it with a new subsection as follows. The state auditor shall transfer $50 million from the LSRA or Legislative Stabilization Reserve account to the general fund if the combined cash balance of the budget reserve account and the general fund is exhausted prior to April 1st, 2021. This amendment essentially provides $50 million of a safety net LSR transfer to the general fund if necessary before the end of the 2021 general session. The original draft left a blank number. With that, Mr. Chairman, those were the adopted amendments. In terms of procedure, I would defer to Anna, but I believe the technical approach would be to move to reconsider yesterday's motion and then revote.
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chair, that would be the way to handle it. And since I mentioned yesterday for the 24-hour period that we would do that, I would move that we reconsider the vote on LSO draft 0021, working draft number .2.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. Weren't you a no vote on it?
That
Yes.
is correct.
All right, having voted on the prevailing side, I'd move for reconsideration.
Well, I was wondering if you're alive and awake this morning, Senator Kinsey.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to reconsider. Further discussion? Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, just a couple things. I understand the Second Amendment. Question for Dawn on page 3, line 20 through 22. Why was April 1st, 2021 selected as a date? What's the significance with that?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that was the maker of the motion's choice. I believe they were looking, and I don't mean to speak for them, but I believe they were looking for a timeline some point after the end of the 2021 general session. And given some unlikelihood about how the general session will proceed, inserted several weeks of cushion there. It certainly could be February 1st or March 1st or March 15th.
Yeah, Senator Hicks, it was my motion. So it was a random date just to make sure it was after the session. There was an earlier motion to make it 100 million and have it go through 2022. That died by a vote or two. So this was a compromise amendment to subsection B. And the whole purpose of it is just in the event that we have another major COVID outbreak and a drop in the stock market and oil prices go down to $10, there's still a possibility that we won't have enough cash at the end of January or March, January or December to continue the operations of government without borrowing money from ourselves. So what this is just kind of a bill that was recommended originally by the executive branch to provide a safety net in the event that happens. And I think the testimony yesterday, and Don, you can chime in on this, is that that's an unlikely scenario, but it's a possibility. And so really all this is a kind of a safety net out there, number one. And number two, it only matters if we're going to have a special session anyway, obviously. So that's the purpose of the bill and what the thought process was.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, so I'm trying to grapple with the logistics of the time frame. So if we use April 1st of 2021, we will have just completed and gone through the legislative session. And so I'm trying to understand, we will have just left in March. Wouldn't we know by when we're doing the supplemental and the 2021 legislative session, wouldn't we know whether we're short of money? Because we're going to start in December. We'll be back in January. So I'm trying to understand the rationale of putting something out to April 1st, 2021, when we'll have ample time to address that between now and then under the normal legislative process?
Well, the answer to that, I think, Senator Hicks, is, when we get into session, we start, Don, in January this year?
Yeah.
So it'll take 2 weeks if there's an emergency. It'll take 2 weeks to cross over from one house to the other to actually do something. So it could be January 30th. That's the only point, is to have sufficient time to address it, whatever that situation is.
All right, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense. So this would actually cover anything that would happen prior to that.
Right. That's the only purpose.
One other question I had on the bill, and maybe Dawn or somebody can help me out, but when we get to section 2 and we get to page 3 and we're moving the date from 2017 to 2022 as far as these. Now, my recollection, Dawn, is last year there was a bill sponsored by Cap Fin that actually changed that spending policy amount. Is my recollection correct on that?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that is correct. That bill did not proceed. What I testified to yesterday is for the current fiscal year, our estimates anticipated roughly $14 million would tip from the reserve account to the permanent common school permanent land fund corpus. Now that we know or are nearly complete with all of the investment information for the current fiscal year, we know that that tip will not occur this year. So the only purpose of section 2 is to extend the no tips for the next subsequent fiscal year, 2021 and 2022.
At that spending policy level.
That's correct.
What is the anticipated effect? And I can't remember the number that we had in that bill last year from Cap Fin, whether it was 100 or 125% spending policy. What would be the effect if we move that spending policy from 150% down? Is it projections that we would have a tip or not?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, you are correct. If that, because we are right near the 150% currently. So any reduction in that level, in all likelihood, you would have a tip. Currently, we anticipate the balance is around $280 million. And if you reduce that by, say, 25%, you could presume 25% of that amount would tip. The unknown in that construct is what will the investment earnings be for fiscal year 21? Will they fall short of the 5%, in which case the reserve account will supplement the spending policy? But if we get 5%, then you could imagine $50, $60 million being transferred to the corpus. And this would prohibit that in fiscal year 21.
And Don, refresh my memory. It seems like the information that RVK provided to the Capital Finance Committee was a recommendation. I'm just trying to remember where we were actuarially with that intergenerational equity, whether there was a recommendation there to reduce that spending policy or not.
Mr. Chairman, I believe they analyzed the intergenerational equity. I don't think they made any formal recommendation regarding what should be done. But I do believe that they indicated under the current spending policy that you were treating current generations more favorably than future generations, which I think prompted the discussion at the select committee as to whether or not that should be changed.
All right, thank you, Don.
Yeah, and just a comment on that, Senator Hicks, is that I think we all recognize, particularly on the school side, that we need a larger reserve and we need a larger permanent fund. And it would be nice to do that today or in the future. But I don't know that's the right time to do it when we have a $500 million deficit this biennium and $1 billion next biennium, because we're going to need cash to pay for our bills. So the whole purpose of this is just to keep our cash so we can pay our bills before, as we work through our solutions to these, to that, what we've got in front of us.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I understand that we've got a little dilemma here that we weren't facing last year, but I'm curious, and maybe you can provide me edification, because I believe that that spending policy bill had passed out of the Senate and then it failed in the House. And what was the rationale, if you can recollect that for me, or maybe it was assigned to committee and was never taken up by the committee. I don't remember the ultimate fate of that, but I'm just trying to understand where we're at as far as the spending policy. You're right. You're absolutely right. We've got a crisis here that we didn't have a year ago.
And anyone can chime in on this, but my recollection is even though we didn't expect this crisis, we did expect to have budget shortfalls, particularly on the education side. And so the thought was we'd have more tools in the toolbox by not having this tip, basically.
All right, thank you. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Don?
Mr. Chairman, just to add some additional information regarding that, the select committee did sponsor a bill to change that. It would have moved the spending policy reserve cap from 150% down to 100%, but that bill only applied to the permanent mineral trust fund. It did not apply to the common school permanent land fund. That bill was adopted, as Senator Hicks recalled, by the Senate. The House actually adopted a second version, and that in their version, you change the spending policy annual amount, not the tip amount. And at the end of the session, there was no concurrence between the two positions.
All right, thank you, Don.
Okay, further discussion on the bill.
Mr. Chairman.
Take the vote first on consideration.
Yep.
Say that again, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chair, we need to have the vote on reconsideration first.
Yeah, just to consider. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. With that regards, all those in favor of reconsidering the bill, please say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed? That motion carries. Representative Summers, did you have some comments?
Mr. Chairman, no, I was just raising my hand. Aye.
Okay, any further discussion on the bill as amended? Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at the amendment that changes the major maintenance, that's the one that I'm discussing here on page 3, and really not overly concerned with reducing that amount, but concerned with the timing of it as we've started this biennium. And if this bill doesn't pass until, say, the next session, unless we put an effective immediate date, we would be making all of those reductions in the second half of the biennium or in 18 months instead of over 2 years. And it just, as we're all very well aware, it gets more and more difficult for these agencies to get those reductions made, that large of a reduction made later and later in the biennium. And so just a little more thought on the timing of that, and some discussion, as I was absent yesterday for the discussion.
So just to respond to that, this bill is effective immediately. And I think the purpose of this bill, its only value is if we have a special session. Otherwise, it's going to, it'll just be addressed in a separate bill in JAC or some other location. So that's really the purpose of the bill.
Perfect. Thank you for that answer.
And yeah, go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair. I know that we've got a lot of concerns about the 1.5 and whether or not saving money now for a year or 2 years while we get this thing under control is really the issue. So go ahead.
Well, yeah, Mr. Co-Chair, and of course we can't really change the bill. It's then procedurally we just got to vote it up or down, and we can't really amend it or anything. But I still have concerns about major maintenance. I expressed those yesterday, which was the main reason for my no vote. And this will only occur if we do have a special session. And so I'm going to be an affirmative vote on this, Mr. Co-Chair. But still, I want the committee to know that I have major reservations about the whole major maintenance issue and the impact of it and for a lot of reasons. And I expressed those yesterday. So thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
You bet, Mr. Co-Chair. I would echo that concern. I mean, that this is not something that we should take lightly. I think it should be debated thoroughly if it goes to special session. To me, it's a checkbook issue and what we have in front of us. But it's also, by at least passing this out in this bill, we're alerting the agencies and as well as the schools that they need to watch their spending. And I think that, as I understand it, there's already an executive policy where the major maintenance is going to be paid out quarterly, which is different than they've done it in the past, to limit because of the cash flow issues. And so we're all just saying, hold your dollars and be careful what you're doing, because we are in a real crisis and we got to start acting like it. And so we're putting people on notice that all things are on the table, basically. So further comments? Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was my amendment. So for those who weren't present, I mean, I agree. Maintaining our existing infrastructure is critical, but hopefully this will send a message to prioritize how we're doing major maintenance. I think we'll know fairly quickly, certainly within a year, whether we cut too far, and later on we can add some money back in. I think in the space of 1 year, we're not risking our infrastructure, but we need to find money somewhere. And I figured this was an appropriate place.
And Don, this is what I had $32 million savings over the biennium, essentially. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Okay. Further discussion? Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, and Mr. Co-Chair, that's correct in terms of the savings, but it comes out of SIPA, right? We're moving it from SIPA as well, Don, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
All right, further discussion? Roll call, please.
The motion is on 21 LSO 0021 as amended. Representative Kinner.
Aye.
Representative Larson.
Aye.
Representative Olson.
Aye.
Representative Schwartz.
Aye.
Representative Summers.
Aye.
Representative Walters.
Aye.
Senator Agar.
Aye.
Senator Garou.
Aye.
Senator Hicks.
Aye.
Senator Kinski.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Bebout.
Aye.
Chairman Nicholas.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the bill has been adopted. I would recommend that we follow the chair's direction as to whether this will be a House bill, a mirror bill, or a Senate bill, depending upon how the special session might be structured in the future.
I think that that would make sense, Don. All right. So now let's go to Kevin Hibbard and the governor's budget reduction updates.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm Kevin Hibbard, the Director of the State Budget Department. I'll start with step one. If you recall, we had a contract and position freeze, which will continue to help us with our cash flow, reversions, and budget reductions. During our recent hearings with the agencies, we discussed at length the value of having these reversions from 2019 to 2021 and get these done as quickly as possible to the best of our ability, because they're going to help us with balancing the budget. And we will include these in the profile when they're approved by the state auditor's office. I'll get basically to the end of this first. And that is to say that our intent is to do the best we can this week to get IBARs reconciled with the first set of reductions or step 2 reductions by the end of this week. The other branches of government, LSO and the courts, are doing something similar to this. We don't have those statistics yet, but we will have those for the profile when we build it in for the 3rd week of November. Similar to what Don advised yesterday, our intent would be get this B11 completed as soon as we can, reconciled to IBARs. We talked last time about the fact that we reconciled the most recent budget with the legislature, with LSO, and then we interfaced that out of IBARs into Wolves. So the full 2021 biennium budget is now in Wolves. And then what we will do is we will be 11 reductions against that appropriation. This is important for many different reasons: fiscal controls, making sure that we track and keep everything, all the movements in check, and also make sure that all the items in IBARs are reconciled. We did not do this fashion so much in 2016. If you recall, we had a paper process and a Word document, basically spitballing reductions. And we actually had to trickle those reductions all the way. I looked yesterday, and we trickled some B11s into November 16th of 2016, trying to do that. Having this work done in IBARs is a little bit more difficult on the front end, but it certainly helps us when we are processing this for the ultimate objective of providing these reductions. We had hearings with all the generally funded agencies the last two weeks of June. We discussed their budget reductions. And we also knew that before we went into that, we had all the agencies reconcile their department priority tables. Those department priority tables are now reconciled to the legislative appropriated budget rather than the governor's recommendations. And the agencies use those department priority tables as a guide to make their reductions. You can find those department priority tables as reconciled on our website. Step 2, we have an equivalent of 10% reductions. And we're hopeful that we'll have that accomplished. Go ahead.
Kevin, before you go on, were you able to monetize roughly what the savings were over the course of the last 2 months by your the freeze and the contract provisions and any other actions that you took?
Mr. Chairman, that is a really good question, and I don't have a really good figure right now. We know that it was significant, the changes in the freeze and the petition reductions. However, it will be clearly evident when we get the reversions posted through the state auditor's office. Those will be actual statistics at that point in time, and that will reflect what we were able to accomplish. We do know that we had a positive impact on this, but the full extent of that, I'm not prepared to represent that today.
I think earlier on you gave us some rough estimates of 2 million. I can't remember.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. What I had advised was in 2016, when we originally thought the historical amount of reversions would be in the neighborhood of $30 million. Then with the position freeze that was put in place and the contract that was put in place, that actually came up to about $80 million. So I was using a process that we had put in place before as a representation of what that would be this time. So hopefully we get somewhere close to that, but it's going to be predicated on a lot of different things. And one of the things that I'm trying to be a little bit careful with is that in reversions in 2016, we were reverting against a larger budget. We were reverting against a smaller budget now. And we also have 2 provisions. The corrections can carry over their reversions, and also the Department of Health can carry over their reversions. So we know we had a positive influence on that, and they will be added to the profile as approved by the state auditor's office.
Okay, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And Kevin, you know, maybe it's been a month and a half ago, we thought those reversions without taking into effect the freeze on hiring, and which I think is correct. What Mr. Co-Chair talks about with a $2 million number was $40 million for the reversions. And you said half of 80, which of course would be 40 that we did in 2016. And that's a number that you're still fairly comfortable with it, because when we looked at the $877 million general fund shortfall, we factored that in as a way to get to a reasonable number in terms of how we deal with the deficit. Is that still a good assumption?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I put a floor on this with 40 million. I believe that's attainable. And then as we progress through this with everything that we've accomplished, I'm hopeful that we get a lot more than that, like we did in 2016. But 2016 is a little bit different because of the fact that corrections and health can hold their reversions. So that's helping them. But at the same time, we don't expect to get the type of reversions that we did in 2016. However, I will say that it was remarkably different this time. I do believe the agencies felt and understood the impact of this to a greater extent than they did in 2016. I know that they were very judicious about holding back vacant positions and trying to position themselves, if a budget cut was necessary, to say, we're going to hold this vacant position back so that we don't have to have this position hired and then turn around and have a reduction in force on that same position. I'm pretty confident that the agencies have a better understanding of the full impact of this than they did in 2016. And again, every agency that we talked with, I reiterated the importance of reversions, not only in getting them done quickly and getting the maximized amount of them, but also to make sure that you held back so that you could actually get reversions. Again, reversions help us cash flow, budget, and as well as working the final answers for the reductions.
Okay. And any other questions on that issue? Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin, you mentioned, I think I understood correctly, that we could go onto your state budget department's website and look at those budgets now and see what those recommended cuts per agency were. Will we be able to identify them, or will we just see a reconciled budget? And if that's the case, how can you help us understand? At least I've been curious as to what the agencies that I work with in this committee, what they recommended. They've been pretty careful out of respect to your department and to the governor, and not sharing a lot of things with us. And we're just curious as to what they've done.
Mr. Chairman, the actual reductions have not been posted anywhere. We're still working that. We're facilitating that through IBARs, and we still have some agencies that we have to work with. We're hopeful to get the B11 accomplished, and actually the B11 at that point in time is when we've said, okay, here's the action by the governor, here's the result, and then we'll have that information for you. What I was discussing was the fact that the agencies had updated their department priority tables, and they use their department priority tables as a guide to make their recommendations for budget reductions. So thank you for that clarifying question.
So Kevin, with regards to the governor's recommendations, are the agencies, even though it's not inputted through IBARs yet, are they implementing those changes so that the numbers are kind of gonna, they won't, you know, are they spending normally on a normal budget for this biennium before it kicks in, or how are they implementing?
Mr. Chairman, I do not believe that they're spending like a normal biennium. They're bracing themselves. They know that these reductions are coming. They will not actually enforce these reductions until such time as the governor has authored the B11. There's some issues that we have to do with RIF policies and position reductions and things of that nature. But once the B11 is written, and everybody will have access to that information. And then
but the dollars, and you can maybe help also, Don, the dollars are still going out then, consistent with what was appropriated. And then how you recapture the funds that were going out or those expenditures in terms of reversions before early or late, or how does that work?
Mr. Chairman, the 21-20 or the 2021 budget is now being operated since July 1st. The agencies know that they have to facilitate these reductions, so they're bracing themselves for them, but they haven't received direct confirmation of which ones to proceed with. We will do that this week, hopefully, and then have the B11 cut. The reversions are from 2019 to 2021. 2019 is,
I understand that, but my question is, if you do the B11s, so that's the B11s are just drawing money back essentially. Is that fair?
yes, I believe terminology in the federal government world would be rescinding existing budget authority. So we're retracting that budget authority. So it will not be available for expenditure during the biennium.
So then my next question is, of these 10%, and when they're posted, how many of them do you perceive to be one-time versus ongoing cuts?
Mr. Chairman, that's actually in my presentation that I have here for you today. It's actually my steps, item number 6. So I'll go there if you'd like me to.
No, just go ahead and proceed. I'll try to not interrupt.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin, do you have a copy of this presentation that we can reference somewhere?
Mr. Chairman, I can provide you my bullet points. I have them here today, and I'll get those over to Don Richards if you'd like to have them.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, actually, item number 6 is the target. So, also posted on our websites, you will see the agency's general fund amounts. They include what's in the budget bill, the Section 300s, and other bills. This is the total amount of general funds that the agencies have. So if we have $2.9 billion of general funds and we're having a reduction of that, we have to make sure that we're focused on the entire target. We are sensitive to the fact that we want to ratio, if the agency had significant one-time money, that they just don't remove that, so that's an advantage or a disadvantage to building the standards. So we're sensitive to the ratios of one-time money versus standard budgets. But as you can see on the document that I posted out on the website, is it all inclusive? The targets are all inclusive with one-time standard and other bills. Does that help, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, yesterday the governor had commented on the value of the state of Wyoming's contribution to the economy of the state of Wyoming. He was clear to state that we know that there's impacts going to happen on the economy. However, when we made these decisions, we decided not to focus on special revenue collections, or those special revenue portions of an agency's budgets. So in doing so, we would allow those special revenue funds to flow into the economy and continue to support where we can. We are monitoring those special revenue funds to make sure that they're not going and get in harm's way, similar to the general fund from the impact of COVID-19, but we did not reduce or make recommendations to reduce special revenue. I know that some agencies are already acting upon their special revenue streams to make sure they're monitoring correctly, and you heard the governor speak to YDOT and the rest area closures in that respect. Currently, we're trying to wrap up step 2 or the first 10% reductions. We're hopeful to get the lion's share of that completed this week. And the agencies were advised to get their step 3 or their second 10% of their reductions entered into IBARs.
Co-chair, you got Representative Olson.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just before you leave that special revenue, Kevin, I have a question about that. So the governor did not ask agencies to specifically reduce their special revenues. I'm thinking back to yesterday in the governor's plan about item number 4, at least when he spoke about the furlough plan for employees, 1 day per month for a year for everyone over 65K. So my question is, then in that consideration, is it every single state employee, or are some of those furloughed employees on special revenue sources? And if so, can you speak to how that reduction plays into, I guess what I'm thinking of is the only way that furlough does anything to the budget is at the end of the day, there has to be some type of transfer or reversion of funds. And if we're dealing with special revenue funded employees, I want to know how that works. So help me understand that.
Mr. Chairman, again, that's a good question. The furlough is on all executive branch employees, including special revenue. And it's 1 day for 6 months. We will be working with capturing the amount of general fund that would save and get that included in our profile as we progress, similar to the other reductions. However, with the special revenue, they just don't have the expenditures leave the special revenue budgets. So if you save $1, it stays in that special revenue stream. For example, YDOT, they'll have their furlough, but that money will stay in the highway fund.
Go ahead.
So just following up, Kevin, just so I understand, you're going to get back with us obviously on a number. I have no idea how many furloughed employees are on special revenue. And while it might sound like yesterday the governor said it will save $2.8 million over 6 months. And is that what you've already pulled out and excluded from the special revenue that won't revert? Or is that actually the number that includes special revenue employees and it's not actually 2.8 million? Help me understand that.
Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that the $2.8 million is associated with the amount for general fund. That does not include the amount that would stay within the special revenue funds. Again, you can't take the money out of the special revenue funds. There's laws and constitutional requirements and everything else associated with those special revenues. That money will stay inside the special revenue funds. The $2.8 million, I believe, is associated with what we believe the savings would be for the general fund for those employees that would be furloughed.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Kevin, so what do you do with the University of Wyoming where you obviously there's furloughs there, but they have the other money that comes in rather than the block grant? Excuse me, well, they then, we'll ask them to furlough and they'll.
Mr. Chairman, on the University of Wyoming, I haven't fully gotten into that. I suspect that the general fund side of it would be, but we'll have to get back to you on the calculations for the block grant side.
Yeah, what I want to be sure of, Mr. Co-Chair, is that if we're going to do those reductions, it comes out of our block grant. And, we're not figuring out a way to not have the furloughs go on and get it and then run around it so that they don't do them. I think that's part of what we need to be doing. And so the university is unique in the fact they have that huge block grant money. Thank you.
Erica, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to clarify, when we were running those numbers for the 2.8 million, my understanding right now is that does include all revenue sources, but because when we were running those, we did not have the breakout for those individual positions. But as we look at those, we'll figure out those individual positions. Special revenue and federal fund, there may be some issues that come up with those, but those were things that we were going to work with those agencies if they had specific problems, with those furlough days.
Representative Summers. Thank you, Erica.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Kevin, I guess this is a question for you on UW. It would seem to me that we would just cut the block grant. That's what we do. And then their trustees would decide where those cuts flow out unless we cut specific programs that the legislature or that I guess that we, the legislature and the governor have implemented that are line items in our budget. Big chunk is just a block grant. It would just be a block grant cut, wouldn't it?
Mr. Chairman, what I would believe is that the employee that was furloughed and how that employee was being compensated would dictate where it would come from on the block grant or the general fund appropriations, or in this case, they might have their own special revenue, which we would not take.
Go ahead. Follow up. No.
So follow up, Mr. Chairman. So just, I guess, kind of highlight to me you know, how you're treating the furlough thing with UW, because once again, to me, it's a block grant. They can cut employees, furlough employees, cut whole programs. It seems to me that's within the purview of the trustees and not so much us.
Yeah,
That's
Kevin,
my question.
is it a recommendation from the governor's office? Does the governor have the ability to say you will furlough any employee making over $65,000?
Mr. Chairman, maybe Eric can help out here, but I believe that the executive order on that would be associated with those funding streams in that fashion.
Mr. Chairman, so I do know that the governor, I believe, was going to talk to the university and the community colleges and just have I don't think that he has the oversight for that, but I do think that it was going to be suggested that they do similar to what we were doing in the executive branch.
Well, I do know that the UW trustees have discussed the concept of furloughs and implementing it as part of their of a mechanism, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it dovetails. Okay, please proceed, Kevin.
So, Mr. Chairman, that takes us to step 3. Like I was talking about a little bit earlier, the original guidance was to have this completed by July 15th or by tomorrow. However, we've postponed this deadline so we can focus on getting everything accomplished in IBARs and the B11 cut for the first step. So we'll continue to work on step 3 or the additional 10% as recommendations. In all of this, ultimately, and I spoke to this in the last time that we met, is that all of this is combined into the supplemental budget. So in August, we'll be providing the instructions and the platform and the instance and IBARs for the agencies to do their supplemental budgets if they have any. And then we will have all of this delineated, each step inside of IBARs. And then ultimately, when you get your budgets books, you'll be able to see each of those as they were recommended by the governor. But the supplemental budget will be worked in the fall, similar to like the hearings that we just had with all the agencies, general funded agencies in June. We'll have hearings, and then ultimately we'll provide a budget on the 3rd Monday of November with a recommendation from the governor on the profile and a balanced budget to that end. And then the supplemental budget naturally goes to the legislature, and you'll be starting with that work on that in December and January. And like in 2016, there was some things, there's some items that we made recommendations on, and the legislature wasn't comfortable with that. They made some changes and they made some additional reductions, et cetera. But that's when it lands into your guys' purview, and ultimately you're the appropriators.
So Kevin, when you take the additional 10%, so that would then total up to a 20% cut, you input that into IBARs so that you have the capabilities of implementing it. But when, at what point in time does actual implementation take place? Is that just at a directive of the governor as he follows the Craig and the COVID things and the price of oil and gas, or how does that work?
Mr. Chairman, I think that you're asking the question is about when it becomes actionable, and that is on the B11. When we cut the B11, we reduce that revenue. We take it away from the appropriations, similar to what Don explained with the LSO's budget and Wolves. That's when they become actionable. So right now, what we're trying to do is fully reconcile step 2 in IBARs, making sure they have all the position information and all the associated objects and everything in place. And then that will assist us in cutting the B11. And that's the action of the governor. That's the authority the governor has to make the action. And that's when information will be available at each stage when the governor makes his decision and acts upon it through a B11.
So my point is, Kevin, that he doesn't have any time and place now. He's just setting it up in the I-bar so that when the time comes, he can pull the switch, depending on the economy and everything else that's going on.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Step 2, we're working on that right now to make that actionable as soon as we can. So that first recommended reductions of 10%, we're hoping we can get that out early this week or next week, and then B11 it. And once we B11 it, it's gone. And then step 3 would be a recommendations by the agency. Now, certainly these are more catastrophic. These are more significant. And those would be recommendations that would be, like you said, available for the governor to act upon if COVID duration extends or worsens.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and a question of Kevin, but also a comment. And Mr. Co-Chair, you may remember when we did this before. I think you and I are the only two that were around then in the JAC. And when we saw the reductions that were made, there was nothing we really could do because we were out of session. And so we wrote a letter to the governor, and I think Don can help me on this too. But we wrote a letter saying we didn't like this, or we thought this, or whatever, and it was, there's nothing we could really do about it other than to express our satisfaction or dissatisfaction with some of the reductions, and we did that. And so my question to Kevin is if you wanted to follow that same procedure, Mr. Co-Chair, seems to me that as soon as we see these reductions, and going back to what you said yesterday, Bob, about having the JAC involved, I think it would improve everything that at least we let the governor know how we feel about it as a committee. And all we can do is write a letter and say, we like this, we don't, or whatever. And then that gives you a little insight, I think, Kevin, as we move forward, and maybe, it's going to be more helpful down the road. So the first thing is, Mr. Co-Chair, if you even want to do that, we as a committee, and then if we decide to do that, then how would we implement it? And Kevin, I think it was beneficial. You remember there weren't too many things, I think maybe 2 or 3 items that we disagreed with Governor Meade then, and and I think we came back and all of them, we changed them later on. Anyway,
Mr. Chairman,
think about
yes. In 2016, we, and lack for a better term, we spitballed what these reductions were going to be, and we put them in a Word document. And we met in late June with the Joint Appropriations Committee. I had this conversation the last time we talked about the process in 2016. And then the Joint Appropriations Committee wrote a letter to the governor saying, okay, we understand the position that you have on this. Thank you. And then ultimately you did make some changes when you came back into session. The difference is now is that in 2016, the lesson that I learned was not to have these things accomplished in a Word document, to have them done in I-bars so they're actionable and they actually reconcile to the budget. It's a little bit more work on the front end, but by the time we get through it, it's going to save us a lot of time and money, and certainly it's going to be more efficient. Like I said earlier, in 2016, we trickled B11s. And I looked at yesterday, we trickled a B11 in at November 16th, which was, pretty much close to the time frame when we were wrapping up the actual budget on this. So what we do have now is something similar to that. We didn't schedule, we talked about having a conversation with the Joint Appropriations Committee about this. We didn't do that this time, but it doesn't mean that we can't build some method that is meets your expectations on this. What we have now is we're trying to wrestle with getting the agency's recommendations for the first 10% in I-bars and reconciled, and then moving forward to a B11 that would remove those dollars from the spending authority in the appropriated budget. And naturally, as we progress through these steps, ultimately, it comes to you, and then as the appropriators, you get the final bite at the apple. And as you did in 2016, you made some changes. You put things back in place, and you took things that the Governor Meade did not recommend to take.
So my recollection is, Don, refresh our memories, that in part that letter had to do with also some statutory language that because it was it was part of that process of having a budget shortfall. Weren't we required to respond of some sort?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe these budget reductions are being made under the budget shortfall statute. I think they're being made outside of the budget shortfall statute. I'm just tossing this out there, but in addition to the B11 or with the B11, I don't know what the B11 will include, whether it will include entirely numbers or whether there will be narratives for each agency in the B11. If there are no narratives at the appropriate time, and I don't know when that is, whether or not we could get a summary of the budget run, if you will, before the first Monday of, or the third Monday of November, which would highlight the first 10% reductions. That may provide a venue of the information that you're seeking. I'm just tossing these out as possibilities.
So, Mr. Chairman, along those lines, in the review of the B11s that we did in 2016, there were narratives associated with them. Naturally, we masked the position numbers, possible vacant or non, RIF positions. We did everything we could to manage that process, but we did have narratives associated with them. And naturally, just exactly what Don said, you're going to see these steps inside of the columns and full narratives. When we submit the budget in the third week of November, you'll have what took place with the first 10%, what took place, if anything, in the second 10%, and then naturally what took place in the supplemental budget, because that's also a process that we got to complete. Not that I would believe that anybody would be asking for supplemental budget requests. And all that gets put in place and is delivered in a budget book, similarly to what we did in 2016. In 2016, you had a column, we called it Section 320, because there's a statute, Section 320, that we were managing in there. And then you were able to see what happened there for the reductions and also what took place with any supplemental requests that the agencies might have had after that.
So, Don, what I'd like to do is, before we adjourn today, let's have a discussion about the Joint Appropriations Committee preparing a letter that goes to the governor that basically says that we concur with his actions, and the purpose of the letter was it's just another salvo to the public and to the agencies that demonstrates and outlines what the significance of the budgetary shortfalls that we're confronting, and that we recognize that this is an essential first step in the process of addressing what appears to be, the largest budget shortfall in the history of Wyoming. So, and that this is a reasonable first step kind of thing. So does that sound good with you, Mr. Co-Chair?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Co-Chair. And then the other thing too, that as I think about this, is that there may very well be a particular area, Kevin, and like I said, I really like the way you're doing it with the I-bars and everything, but it could be that $100 million out of Department of Health and eliminating all money to senior centers is not something that we're enthused about. And so, the thing that I would like to be able to do, Mr. Co-Chair, if we see things that clearly the Appropriations Committee has an overwhelming majority that says we ought to cut someplace else as a recommendation, you ought to let the governor, we ought to let the governor know rather than wait till November and we're already, almost halfway through the fiscal year, the first fiscal year of this biennial budget, that we have some concerns. That's all I would add to our conversation, and we can talk more this afternoon. All good ideas.
Mr. Chairman, and I think that's the value of us trying to get this through I-bars fully reconciled and getting a B11 cut. The B11 is the action taken by the governor. And certainly then once that happens, if there's something that's unpalatable, then it would be discussed. And also, we are doing a heavy level of diligence on our side to make sure that we don't do something that's super inordinate, something like what
Senator Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Kevin, and just help me then with the timing. So when usually we get these B11s in a lump at certain times, are you going to, in this particular case, given this situation, to get these B11s out to us as soon as the governor acts upon them? Or, okay, so you're shaking your head. So we may see those before we see the budget.
Mr. Chairman, we give you a B11 report each quarter that shows you all the actions that took place in the B11. In this case, because of the importance of this, once we get that B11 cut, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't give that to you at that point in time. And I've also had conversations with Don Richards about how we can make it more efficient on the B11. I'm not resistant to having him have access to the B11 database on an ongoing basis, but what it does do is it's not as functional as having a quarterly report that you would see and understand. You'd be kind of in the play for the full duration. So we have had those conversations, and we're not resistant to any of that. But I think in this case, this B11, once we get it accomplished, would be something that we would share with you. And perhaps even, it'd be the governor's call on this. Certainly I can't step into that, but the timing of that could be discussed further about how that gets processed.
Representative Larson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so, Kevin, procedurally or structurally, the way I understand this is now the governor's budget. And so he has the responsibility and the privilege of making cuts where he and his agencies deem necessary or appropriate. There's always a chance that the legislature would disapprove of portions, all or none of the cuts. But then the remedy for that, then for us, the way I understand it, would be to come back in during the budget, during the supplemental budget, and adjust to or from whatever we want to make, unless there is some cooperation in approach between the legislature and the executive branch as we move forward. Do I have my head around that? So we've made the appropriation. It's in your ballpark now, and you have the right and the authority to do that. The only way to mitigate maybe a disagreement between the executive branch and legislature would be to keep us abreast of what you're doing and have those discussions, and maybe, but outside of that, then we would just take action during the budget session. Am I seeing that correctly?
Mr. Chairman, I think the importance of that is spot on. We are going to give you a budget, and we're going to show you the steps that were taken inside that budget. That will be given to you as the appropriators in the supplemental budget process, and you'll have that bite at the apple to up and down, change, add, subtract, as provided by law, as the legislature being the appropriators. I suppose, it would be silly to think this way, but we could say, well, we're going to do this B11 outside of the appropriation, and we're not going to reconcile it to the budget and not provide you the ability to appropriate and follow through with what our recommendations are. I don't think that would be enjoyed by anybody. So we do intend to bring this forward to you in that third week of November. Say, okay, here's the recommendation of the governor. Here's what we processed through the B11. You'll see it in the columns. You'll have a full understanding of it. You'll have narratives associated with each step. And then as appropriators, you'll be able to up and down to your lawful provided under statute your ability to do that. I think that's clean, it's transparent, it's giving everybody the opportunity that we can. It worked this way in 2016. The only thing we did different from this than in 2016 is we didn't spitball the front end and put ourselves into trickling. We just kept throwing B11s. We just kept working and working and working. And it was a nightmare. I think we have a better process in place this time.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And kind of to Co-Chair Bebout's point about understanding, what the exact cuts will be and maybe our reaction, as much as anything, maybe the public's reaction. And so what I'm wondering is when and how is the public going to understand the intricacies of the cuts that you are doing? Obviously we're kind of the front runners of the public, but I think that's important as well for the public to understand how and when they're going to see the first 10%. How are they going to Is it just going to be in the cut of services that'll occur after the B11 as agencies move, or will you come out with a really solid document or something that the public can understand how this is moving forward?
Mr. Chairman, the B11 is a public document. It's an action by the governor. And in there, we certainly, and have motivated, we've reinforced, and we've encouraged the agencies in their narratives and IBARs to represent the consequences to that reduction. So each one of these has a narrative associated with it. And we also have the ability to report out of IBARs. If this is controlled properly, if this IBARs has got the numbers in it, and then the B11 is a result of IBARs, then the IBAR system budget reporting that you see today in your budget actions and your narratives that we provide the legislature, that'll be the same information that's available. If we do it outside of that, then we have a confluence of significant reconciliations that we had in 2016. But the B11 is the actual point in time. And then that would be supported by the narratives that are clearly representing the consequences to these reductions to the agencies and most importantly, the citizens of Wyoming.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, and certainly there's reporters out there that will dig into the B11 process, but the public in general, right, is not gonna go there. And so I think it's really important that you all in the governor's office think about how you present this, the first 10%, how you present that information to the public, particularly on your big items, right? Maybe not the $5 you took out of here or there, but kind of what are the large impacts to the state of Wyoming and the people of Wyoming. I think it's imperative that you get a document out as sooner rather than later on how what that's going to look like.
Mr. Chairman, I couldn't agree more. And that's exactly how I've been trying to establish this information. And I know that the governor and the governor's policy office wants to make absolutely certain that there's communications about this when this takes place.
Yeah, Rennie, I think you got your hand up.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for that discussion and the chance to just offer a couple of comments on that, because we absolutely agree with Representative Summers and with Mr. Hibbard. So the public hope, probably not as many people know about this as we'd like, but we launched a website called Wyoming Sense last year to try to make a more understandable and digestible presentation on what our budget looks like. And I think that website now even gains more importance, and we are planning to update these cuts on that website so people will be able to see it there. And I think more to your point, Representative Summers, is we have our planning already to try to come up with as many means as possible to talk to the public about what was cut. I think the governor's line has been what has already been lost and what we stand to lose with future cuts. So those will be very important parts of our work as we go forward here through the summer and into the fall.
And just yeah, Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate the final thought follow-up on this. And Rennie, I really appreciate that. You know, and I think something that I know it's probably not easy for you and the governor to do, but these little press conferences that you have, or even if you don't have the press to anybody to ask questions, but I think the public is really paying attention when you go online and tell people things. And I think it's important that this be a part of one of those or two of those or three of those meetings. Just keep lining out to people. This is what the result of this is going to be. So I think it's a good way to hit people.
Yeah, actually, to follow up on that, you know, I'm curious how many people hit that Department of Health website for the COVID impacts, and because people like to see the new numbers each day. My guess is it's significant. And if you put in a column in there on fiscal impact and send them to your Wyoming Sense website, or it has some hard numbers, it might be another way to spread the message. Okay, Kevin, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, that was my final item when we have the budget prepared for you on the third week of November with all the elements in it. So I certainly, if there's any more questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Well, you talked about one-time versus ongoing, which was part of your discussion. Is that later?
Mr. Chairman, that was step 6 that I talked about. And that would be when we created the targets, and online we have the targets on our website. And that target is the $2.991 billion, the total amount of general funds. We didn't set the target on the standard. We didn't set the target on the one-times any different than the other bills. But what we have is the total amount of general fund appropriations. And we use that total amount, the budget bill appropriations, the Section 300 appropriations, and the other bills appropriations. And we are sensitive to the fact that we want to make sure the ratio of one-time reductions do not eclipse what the one-time reduction would be in the total reduction for the agencies. For example, we're sensitive to the fact that if you have an agency had $1 million of one-time funding and they had a $2 million budget and they just cut their one-time money and they didn't touch their standard, we're looking at that. We're saying the ratio that has to be developed on the standard budget, the one-time revenue, and certainly Section 300s and the other bills. So it's the total appropriation target that the agencies have to meet their percentage reductions to.
Okay, further questions, Kevin? Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Kevin, and I brought this up earlier, and I think I'd like you to repeat what you said, and I can't even remember exactly. But my question was, if when we had the last cuts, it looked to me like being first time on appropriations, kind of when that happened, that there were a lot of cuts that were legislative initiatives. And so I hope that you are sensitive and balanced as you all go forward, that you don't just cut legislative initiatives at the expense of, governor initiatives or agency initiatives, that you have some balance in that process. So could you speak a little bit to how you are going to keep that balance?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, and I think that goes back to the conversations we've had about how we represented the targets for the agencies. We didn't say your target is only for your standard budget. It's your target is only for your legislative bills. What we said is, here's the total appropriation that the legislature made in the 21 biennium. It includes the appropriations in Chapter 2 of the budget bill, includes the Section 300 appropriations, and includes the other bills that the legislature provided, your statutory bills. And then what we said is that that's your total target. You have to meet 10% of all of those. But what we also are doing is saying we have to be realistic about the ratio on how that is being applied, which is right down the pipeline of your question. If an agency was to achieve their target by reducing an appropriated bill, a piece of legislation, then that would be against us trying to balance the responsibility of the overall ratio to how the agencies provided that funding. So it's the total amount of appropriation and general funds that the agency received, budget bill, Section 300, and other bills, and we're sensitive to not make sure that we don't have a ratio imbalance.
Okay. Further questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Follow up on that, and then one other item. One other item is, okay, when are these B11s going to be out? When are we in the public going to be able to see that? That's question number one. Follow up on my other one, and the reason I brought it up is I was on Wyoming Tomorrow's task force meeting the other day. Community colleges were there. And they basically said that one of their big cuts was going to be Wyoming Works. And I don't know whether Wyoming Works was a legislative initiative or community college initiative or a combination, but it certainly was derived in the legislature. And so that's why I'm asking that question. It's not just what happened last time, but kind of what I'm starting to hear this time. And I've also heard it in another area I'm not going to go into. So that's my follow-up. I still wonder if it's not happening, but I guess the more important question is, when are we in the public going to be able to see these B11s?
Mr. Chairman, we're working diligently as we can right now on reconciling IBARs, and I see the sense of urgency to get the B11 out so that we have an understanding that we've taken the second step to control what's taking place with the COBAT, and certainly understand that there's a duration. I want to get that B11 out as soon as I can, but I also want to be very, very diligent about making sure it's absolutely correct and that we have it in a place in the view shed of the governor's ability to have those conversations that you suggested earlier with the public, and when Rennie had those conversations. But I do have a heavy layer of a sense of urgency to get that accomplished as soon as possible. And the other thing is that we can't let it get stacked up on us. If we don't get this thing, if we don't go through these processes, then all of a sudden we get stacked up and then we start making mistakes, and I don't want to get into that realm. I'll represent that I get frustrated when people go out in front of the governor's actions and say, well, we're doing something like this, we're doing something like that. You know, I make absolutely certain that I never do that. I do not get out in front of the governor and make comments with what are possible and what's not possible, because there's no decision. These are deliberative processes that we go through. And it is frustrating for me when I read the paper and somebody has you know, went out and said, well, this is what's going to happen to us. And a lot of times, maybe not, are trying to influence the outcome of a decision. But those decisions are deliberative with those agencies, with the community college, with the University of Wyoming, Department of Transportation, Game Fish, everybody's included in those, and they're deliberative.
So Rennie, I have that question for you about the Wyoming Works. Could you give us, is that something that's just tell us what you know?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So what I do know is that there has not been a decision about what's going to be cut out of the Community College Commission. The governor, I think Mr. Hibbage already touched on this, has asked all agencies to make sure that their cuts are sustainable as much as possible, when that is what they're claiming that they are, that they can be implemented for the long term, and they're not just for this one biennium, they're not one time. And that means that you can't make cuts that impact our ability to function as state government. So his idea, and a lot of the messaging that he's talked to about with all of you, is to make programmatic cuts, to choose the lowest priority program and cut that, because if it goes away, then you're going to be able to continue on with the other programs that do exist. So we've had conversations with Community College Commission and others to say, we want to make sure that you're not just cutting everything else to the bone or past that, that if a programmatic cut would be a smarter cut for the long term, that we consider that. So that's definitely been the discussion that we've had that includes Wyoming Works. And Mr. Chairman, I would say that was very much a governor's proposal. He worked with Senator Kinski very closely, and I think they both valued that program and were hopeful with that program. So I would argue that was a governor's initiative as much as it was a legislative one. Obviously, you had to carry the water on it, but that was definitely important to the governor, and many of you will understand in his first term, that was in his first legislative session, that was something that he was working very hard with Senator Kinski to get through. So if that program goes away, I would make the argument that was something that the governor, and our conversations we've had, is that is something that he felt like was a good initiative. But if we're at a time when we're making cuts, then he has to make sacrifices too, and that includes on the programs that he supports.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Kinski.
So it sounds inevitable, but Rennie, what are you going to do about the students that are already in the pipeline?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Several of the programs at the Community College Commission, through the community colleges, and even at UW, if you're cutting programs, involve students in the pipeline. So that is a reason why we do need to go slowly on making all these decisions is just to have good plans for those students that are in a pipeline for any program. There's a nursing program, the Community College Commission. As you look at the number of programs that are there aren't very many, and they all involve students in the pipeline. So any reduction in those programs or any elimination of programs we're going to have to resolve how we deal with those who are in the pipeline. If that's nursing, if that's the Combat Veterans Program is another one that is a program that exists there that we're having to consider. All of those, and same thing at UW with the cuts that they make, they're going to have to make considerations for what do you do with who's in the pipeline. So that we don't have a great answer to say we know exactly how that will work today. That's part of the reason that we don't have every answer finalized for you today is there's resolution to think of the implications.
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Rennie, I appreciate that. It's my understanding, and maybe I'm completely wrong, but from what I've heard that Wyoming Works was not offered up by the Community College Commission. And so it just goes back to my comment to Kevin is that, it may have been a governor pushed hard on Wyoming Works, but I do think you all need to be cognizant of legislative initiatives, and they should not be the first thing on the chopping block. Certainly a piece of the puzzle, but not the first thing on the chopping block.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So the process and I think Kevin outlined this for you when you met previously, is what we asked agencies to have started planning back in April was to look at their prioritization of programs. And so that was the process in particular that exists. There is, again, to say, where are your programs prioritized? And can you just cut them all at 10% or at 50 and 25% in two programs and 0 in another one and have them be sustainable? Or do you need to eliminate an entire program? And so we'd asked all of the state agencies, and this started, Mr. Hibbard and all of you can probably tell me, this started back in 2016 with Governor Meade to tell agencies to start prioritizing within their agencies what programs that they offer, so that we had a better idea and more planning to come in when we needed to make decisions like this. So that's how that was the process that started all of this. Some of those, obviously, we've looked at how agencies prioritize them, and we had different opinions than some of them. And some of them didn't work out in terms of the cut targets we were after. And that we look forward to having that discussion with all of you. And some of these are going to require your actions to either implement the cut or to even finalize the cut. So we will definitely be having plenty of conversations with all of you moving forward, especially around those programs that are set in statute.
Okay, other questions? Anything more for Kevin? So I think now on the agenda, then that takes us to early retirement. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure that, I think the executive branch might have some comments on the CARES Act distribution update, meaning the federal funds.
Mr. Chairman, this is Kevin, and I could talk about the process real briefly. I provided Don an updated PDF on our website where we track CARES, or I could share my screen with you and walk you through that real quick.
That'd be great if you could, Kevin. Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. My apologies. I would like to go back and beat a dead horse a little bit. And Kevin, I guess back on this B11 process and when we're all going to see it, and you're working feverishly, are we going to see that? Are we going to see this before November? Are we going to see this first 10% before November?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's an absolute necessity. I would like to see this as quickly as possible, like Randy and I discussed. We're doing everything we can. I can't give you a definitive date because there's just some things that we're going to have to work on. But I'd like to have this done by the end of August, because then it would be interfering with our building of the budget and everything else that we got to accomplish. We have to get it accomplished. So we do have a high level of sense of urgency with this. I don't want to put it into the framework of November.
Thank you.
Is my screen shared?
Not yet. It's up, but there's nothing on it.
I see the Zoom. I don't want to get into a situation where I cut myself off. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Don, can you share it maybe? Because it failed for me. I'll try again, share screen.
There we go. It's up.
Okay, thank you. So is it moving back and up and down of everything? Okay, so I just want to talk really quick about fiscal controls that we put in place and what we had in the ARA days and what we have today. In the ARA days, we had agency had to send in their updated reports on a weekly basis to ANI, and then they built a compendium and they sent it out, and it was very, very intensive. And it really didn't help us any out, particularly from my perspective when the time came for auditing. So what we've done is we worked with the state auditor's office, and there's a couple of very important things that we've accomplished. First of all, we have a COVE fund, COV.
Kevin, could you just enlarge that a little bit?
How's that?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
So what we have is the COVE fund. What that is that's the 1.25 billion. So you see the COV on the fund is the 1.25 billion. If you see the COV on the appropriation unit, then it could be federal funds or other funds. So we're tracking that in two separate ways. COVE fund, we know exactly what's going out of the COVE fund, and then any other funding that we're receiving from the feds that are related to COVID impact are in the appropriation unit. And you can see how much money that we've got outside of the CARES or the 1.25 billion. We have $193 million that we worked on. We asked for a CARES Act funding for $14,250 for the state budget department, all the agencies and LSO included, from FFIS federal funding for states, which is a very good document that's helping us with our grants management that we talked about with the Efficiency Commission, the Grants Management Office, the Project Management Office, and the Governor's Office and State Budget Division. We're getting very good at tracking all this money, making sure that Wyoming is benefiting from all of it. So you heard the governor say yesterday that we got $210 million at the door. He does. This is the B11 amounts that we've had with the COVE money that's associated with the 1.25 billion. But most importantly, when we get to the audit, turn around on the audit, everything has a mutually exclusive unit that we're tracking. So anybody can report on this. So for example, if you built a query around this in Wolves and you wanted to go in and use these mutually exclusive units, LSO can say this is exactly how much has been spent. Here's what the budget amount is. Here's the encumbered amount. And here's the available amount. This is going to be very important to us as we progress through this process, particularly late November, early December, saying, have we got everything out the door? And then we're also building contingency plans as far as what we can do with making sure that we fully leverage all of the COVE money. So basically what I wanted to say is that the ARA process was really intensive, but now we've collaborated with the SAO and the agencies, and we have the fund, the appropriation unit, but most importantly, the mutually exclusive unit that we track these expenditures on so that everybody can see this. And this is published on our website. Again, you can go out here. I'm just right now on our website, and this is a live document. It gets updated constantly as the governor approves something, as the budget division cuts at B11, as the Attorney General's office approves, and we keep moving forward on this so that everybody can see what's happening. Yesterday, we tried to make better examples or give better descriptions of the initiatives that we were using with the CARES Act. So the process is in place. What we have right now is a portal. You can go in the portal, and this is so important. We got single point entry. You know, in my work with the Department of Transportation, when we built ERP and all that kind of stuff, the single point of entry is so important to us where we're not moving the information around. So we have a portal on our website. You can go into that portal, a county, a city, a local government, state, University of Wyoming, everybody can go into that portal and they can enter these CARES Act requests in a single point entry, and then it puts the process in place. And we got controls and mechanisms that we track the governor's approval, the state budget department's approval, the AG's approval, et cetera, so that we have the single point entry. So this process, while we were standing it up, you know, certainly it took some time, but now it's live, it's tested, and we're running with it, and it's really working well. And I think the most important thing, and I'll end with that, is that when you go into these environments like we did with ARA back in the time that we had all those, the feds are very happy to give you all these, say, yeah, go ahead, you know, this was a good idea, go, you know. But then when the auditors came back around the corner, it was a different story. So we have positioned ourselves the best way we can to be able to address any reporting requirements like we have for September for the CARES Act, and also for us to be able to support the audit trail, including, you know, any challenges that they might have on the tracking of the information. This is just the process that I've spoken to, and Erica, I think she'll be able to, if you don't have any questions, then Erica can go in and talk to you about some of the actual items that have been approved by the governor.
Go ahead, Erica.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, I can't figure out where my video thing is on the screen, so sorry. Okay, there we go. Mr. Chairman, I do have some details for what the 210 million is that the governor said he had out. I also have some details on what is in the pipeline that's currently going to be funded, hopefully here in the next couple of weeks. Would you just like me to go down that listing?
Yes, please. And then both go down it and then tell us how else we can find it and get updates on it as time goes by.
Okay, that's something that I'll probably right now, as Kevin said, it is in a portal. So I'm getting that information at the portal, but I believe that we can give you an update of that. Also, Rennie had mentioned that we are going to have some information on a website. And I do believe that the plan is to put this CARES money out on that Wyoming Sense website as well. So we can get that for you. Right. The first amount, if you will, out of the 210 million is the Economic Relief Fund that's through the Wyoming Business Council. So the governor used his flex authority granted to him through the House Bill 1004 that was passed during the special session. Originally there was 50 million that was passed in that first group. He used his flex authority to move an additional 50 million for that first program. My understanding is there has been 86.7 million has been paid out to small businesses across the state, with an additional 11.9 million to be approved and paid out here shortly. So that equates to 4,211 Wyoming businesses that we have helped thus far. The second and third programs that are up and running for the Wyoming Business Relief, those are here to come. And so it'll open up 225 million. There'll be 175 million from that second tranche will go to businesses of less than 100 employees, and 50 million of any size businesses that can help with the cost of PPE, cleaning, and other equipment. Webinars have also been set up to help businesses that will begin this week.
And so Erica, on the second tranche of the 225 million, are the rules and regulations in place? Have the applications already been submitted? Where are we at in that process?
I don't believe the applications have been submitted yet, but I do believe that the rules and everything that they're working on to get those in place, and that will open up here in the next week or so.
And could you remind me what the criteria is for that application process?
You know, the only criteria that I know specifically, and Rennie, if you're on there, the only main specific one that I know for this one is it's going to be for businesses less than 100 employees. So still kind of that small business sector. Rennie, do you have specifics on that?
Mr. Chairman?
Go.
The second and third programs will both launch here shortly. So the Business Council Board of Directors will vote on those emergency rules this week. And then the goal is a webinar will also happen to start educating the public and small businesses about those programs this week. And so the applications will start as quickly as possible on that. So the second and third programs are do go up to larger size businesses. So 175 or 225 million is the total that gets added into that program. 175 million of that is businesses with fewer than 100 employees. And the change that is additive in this program is that they are eligible for up to $300,000. And it is not just losses. The first program was only losses. The second program also allows a business of 100 employees or fewer to add in some costs that are related to restarting and really re-energizing their business. So if a restaurant had significant losses and has additional costs to get up and running, those are eligible per that legislation. There's also 50 million of that is available for the businesses that were subject to the health orders, and they are now able to get more money up to the $300,000 level. And the third program is the one that was $50 million, and that's for any size business, and that's to help cover the costs that are specifically COVID related. So if we've seen it, there were large businesses that had to buy more PPE for all their employees or had additional costs if they were providing transportation for their employees. So there could be social distancing while they stayed open, cleaning equipment, health staffing if they needed to have a nurse or another medical provider on site. That is in the third program. And the other change that comes in with this program is that certain nonprofits are going to be eligible per the rules. So that's 501c3s, C6s, C12s, and C19s. So that is the changes in those second and third programs. And there's a little bit of a nuance, and that is, if you'll remember, there was an amendment to the second program that was that 50 million for those businesses that were subject to health orders. So there's kind of a set, there's program 2 with a subset of 2A, I would call it.
Any questions for Rennie on that? Okay, Erica, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Rennie. The other thing that we had kind of in this economic business section that has already gone out is PPE to businesses. So one of the first things that the governor did was allocate $2 million to the Office of Homeland Security to purchase PPE and supplies for businesses. So we've had 2 rounds of this. They're getting ready for a third round. So it has provided supplies to 1,268 businesses in Wyoming. 111 of those were repeat customers. They've supplied it to 23 counties and 2 tribal nations. So what we have sent out thus far within that $2 million is we've done 152,553 masks, 438,400 gloves, 1,269 gallons of hand sanitizer, 1,269 gallons of sanitizing spray. And then they've also set up some barriers at some businesses to the tune of about 200 barriers. They've spent 1.2 billion of the allotted $2 million. And they are looking at doing a third round of that. So the portal of that for the third round of the PPE to small businesses will be open from July 15th to July 31st. And the way that they're getting that out is that it's social media, the county emergency management coordinators, and also the Chamber of Commerce in each county has been helping facilitate that as well. The next section, if you remember, when we started, we had the economic business relief. We had kind of buckets, if you will, that we put these in. Economic business relief, which is what I just talked about. Testing and contact tracing, local government response, educational preparedness, unemployment and worker safety, healthcare infrastructure, eviction and food security, judicial and legislative branches, state agencies, and then broadband. Those were the categories that we had originally put together when the governor had talked about this a couple months back. In the testing and contact tracing area, we've given $30 million to the Department of Health. It has been significantly increasing the capacity to the state. And so what it has done is we have county funding for contact tracing programs to the tune of 12.5 million, supportive surveillance testing of 7.5 million, water testing and program and contract tracing of 2.8 million, long-term care surveillance program, 800,000, and the expansion of the state health lab to 2 million. And just keep in mind, these are things that we funded to date within that 210 million. For local government response, we have 25 million that is going to be allocated for the program that was set up during the special session within the Office of State Lands. It is my understanding that on Thursday, there's potentially going to be a SLIB board meeting. The application process for that opened up about 2 weeks ago. The Office of State Lands has received 25 applications, and they're from anywhere from PPE to reimbursement of expenses, infrastructure projects. I think you talked about, I don't know the specifics of those details that are in there, but those are kind of a high level of what those projects are, and those will be discussed at the SLIB board meeting on Thursday.
So Erica, is that the application that the city of Cheyenne submitted, and that they've been going back and forth for a week or two on what has to be contained in the application?
Yes, that's my understanding, Chairman.
And so, you know, what I was told is the original application was 150 pages, and the AG's office asked it for 650 plus more pages of verifying data just in order to process the application. Does that sound accurate?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know the specifics about the pages, but I do know from conversations with the mayor and then also with the Office of State Lands that I do believe that it was a pretty extensive proposal that they put in. I do believe, though, when the AG reviewed those in order to meet her 3 criteria that they have from the CARES Act, that there was some additional information that they felt that they needed.
So my point is, it seems to me that we need to review the thoroughness of what the AG is asking for and understand that, because if the town of Cheyenne has to submit a total of 800 plus pages for an application, I imagine that the smaller communities are going to have a heck of a lot harder time and having a sophistication to submit those applications and have them reviewed on a timely basis. So I kind of like to know more about that, and perhaps you know, Rennie, I've had that discussion with you. I'd like to know if it's been followed up on, and what the if it's been streamlined to any effect, or if it needs to be streamlined, or specific language needs to be addressed in the authority granted to the AG's office, that we have a chance to look at that. Maybe that's a conversation with LSO, just so that we don't let this kind of just sit out there and be a constant irritant that we're not, but we don't have a mechanism to fix it. Representative Larson. You're muted.
I was unmuted, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eric, I don't know if this is to you or Rennie, but I have a couple of questions, and one is on the testing that you say now is available or has been available through the Department of Health back to the counties. And but I think is that testing available to small business or to any business? So or is it the total discretion of the county health officer to determine where those tests take place? What I'm hearing here around in Fremont County is that the businesses would like to have a little more access to the testing, but it seems to be controlled there locally. And so am I missing something there? And then is there criteria on the type of testing that is reimbursable?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Rennie.
With the testing program, I apologize if I get any of this wrong, because you're getting into some of the details and specifics. But what's really, I think we've all seen, even in the last few days, the lack of testing that's available nationally. So this has been a challenge throughout. But fortunately, as Erica took you through the money that's gone out, our lab has ramped up its capacity very significantly. And largely what that is for diagnostic testing. So testing people who are sick. So our ability to test anybody who has symptoms has gone up dramatically over the last month, let alone the last 3 months. To your point, though, about now we're getting this money out the door to counties so that a county can develop more strategies and could buy its own supplies. And so they're looking at that possibility. And what we've also tried to do is add in additional resources so we can now move into the surveillance mode. So we have really ramped up the surveillance in long-term care facilities was the first priority. And so that program is running, and I believe we're nearing, I believe we're between 4,000 and 5,000 tests that have been run in long-term care facilities across the state. And that's been very successful because we've had very few cases, but we know we need to do that surveillance testing to prevent an outbreak. And so now the goal is to do another level of surveillance testing. So Representative Larson, to your point, is that going to involve small businesses, especially those small businesses where there's a lot of interaction between people, where you could have spread move quickly? That is certainly a consideration. We're also, one of our first priorities for the next level of surveillance is in the correctional system. So we've just put supplies into the correctional facility so they can do a lot more surveillance testing. And as we get those, we call those, the term for those is the, congregate care, where people are living together and they cannot separate. So those, one of them well, the Life Resource Center is another area where we really want to have that surveillance testing be very active. As soon as we get those in place, we're going to, our aim is to have resources available for surveillance testing in other areas. So your county may have put that in their contract and its own plan. We're not there today to be able to offer small businesses those surveillance testing supplies, but we hope to have those out in the coming month as we get more supplies. We're in lots of negotiations to try to get more supplies and make them more readily available. I think you may all know too that one of the challenges we face is that the test that is most common and truthfully most effective from the health community is called nasopharyngeal, and that is the test that goes very deep into the nasal cavity, and so is uncomfortable. So it's not a very pleasant test if you're doing surveillance testing, and especially if you need to test somebody repeatedly. So we have worked hard to get a cheek swab test available, and we do now have those supplies that are being distributed. We're also working on nasal testing, and the lab itself is now able to help do nasal testing, so that will help. And looking at other saliva-based tests, because those are all diagnostic tests that can tell if you have the virus on you, not just if you've got the antibody. So that's our real focus right now is we've got a good diagnostic test to see if somebody who has symptoms does truly have the virus. And now we're trying to expand that into a surveillance mode where we're going to be testing priority populations who do not have symptoms. And we hope to make that available to small businesses in the coming month, the 2 months.
Mr. Chairman, follow up and if I could, Rennie, so you kind of commingle two topics. One is availability. You use the term resources, and I think that could be defined one as funding for communities, businesses, or counties to go out and secure their own testing. And then the other resources is that the state is securing the testing and then providing it. And so my question is, are you providing funding that allows communities and counties to then reach out outside what the state health lab is doing to secure their own testing? And then if you could also talk a little bit about, you talked about large groups, the testing that you're looking at having available then for schools as they prepare to for this fall.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Sorry for that intermingling. So to hopefully put a better point on it, our strategy is twofold. One is there are contracts and money that is going from the Department of Health to county health offices for their contact tracing and their testing programs. So if your county put together a proposal to the state health department and said, we'd like to do this, and we'd like this much money for testing, and we'd like this much money for contact tracing and additional personnel, that money has been, those contracts are out to more than half of the counties already. So your county has that ability to get money and tests. And on top of that, we're also, as a state, we're trying to ramp up our health lab so that its capacity is much larger and it can run more tests. We've got the contract to provide resources and do testing outside of the counties, but to provide resources for surveillance as well. And so as those resources come online, we may just be able to make the test available to a county or a community for its purposes. Right now, the aim with those surveillance test kits is those priority populations, corrections, and congregate care.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, one is I'm going to follow up on Representative Larson's question and talk about schools and how you're handling the issue of testing for schools. And so that's my question. And then, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to come back in and ask the chair a question after that.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
For K-12 schools, but at this point, the main request that we've received has been for protection equipment. And so in terms of tests for within schools or school populations, we don't have, that hasn't come out of the schools, but it's certainly, as we look to the fall, we've got to be figuring out our strategy for all populations to make sure that we're monitoring and doing good surveillance across communities. So there's not a specific number of tests that we've purchased to date to say these will be in schools. The University of Wyoming does have that, and we have community colleges are also working on putting that in their reopening budgets. And so we've gotten the money to UW for its reopening plan, and we're processing the community colleges. But we don't have tests right now for schools. The strategy there, as we've worked with the health department and the Department of Ed, was on different approaches. And then there's certainly the ideas are more to do screenings ahead of the populations, both on campus at the University of Wyoming, for example, and at schools.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up there, Rennie, I'd like to have you guys give me a one pager, as we're famous for in appropriations. I want to know what you're going to do with schools and testing, because it seems to me, and I know you're doing your best. I know it's erratic. Tests are hard to get. And I think about UW, they kind of got a supplier lined up for this saliva testing. And I don't know if there's a way we could piggyback some more, can we get some more tests out of that outfit to help with the K-12 or community colleges? So, I'm sure you're evaluating all of those, but I would like to understand a little more how you're going to handle K-12 in particular, but community colleges as well going forward. So, and I don't need to get that now, but later. And then, Mr. Chairman, a question for you, and I think really back to this whole idea of a 600-page application to the Attorney General. And I kind of wonder, did we, when we created those bills, put too much emphasis on the Attorney General, kind of force her to do more than maybe is needed. And so I would ask the chair, as we consider this next COVID bill, if we actually have a COVID bill when we split out Capcom, is that something we may end up wanting to put in that COVID bill as just some relief from that obligation, or I just think we maybe help cause some of that, so maybe we can help relieve some of that.
I've had that conversation with the executive branch of that possibility, and I briefly talked about it, I think, with Don in terms of, and also the speaker of modifying the current language to assist in that. Also, I think it'd be useful to have at least for LSO and LSO's legal counsel, to have a kind of a face-to-face with the AG's office to kind of see what they're reading and how they're interpreting it, so that any new language will be already reviewed by the AG's office, so we know we have a general understanding what that new language is going to do and what the impact will be. And my other thought, Erica and Rennie, is that it might be useful, for example, just from the application for Cheyenne, to have a face-to-face meeting in one room with the city and the AG's office and you and perhaps me, that so we can flesh everything out, so that this thing isn't just an email back and forth where basically temperatures just kind of continue to rise and the bitching and the complaining, instead of just finding a quicker, easy resolution if that's needed. So I'd appreciate if we could look into that and see if that might be a way to short circuit what's going on and facilitate things as they go forward. So I see that it is now 10:08. Anything else? Erica, how much more do you have? Do you want to wrap up before we go on, or do you?
I think I can, Mr. Chairman, I think I can wrap this up pretty quickly if you'd like me to.
Sure. Let's try to make your life easier.
Thank you, sir. So with educational preparedness, just to kind of tag along to that, 26.5 million is sent out to the university, and that money is going to go to testing, technology, PPE is where they've allocated that. Also, they've allocated some money to help kind of teach the teachers, if you will. Apparently 65% of the faculty had never taught online courses. And so there is some additional training and stuff that they are going to do for those professors.
So Erica, on that list, is that a list they came up with and then you approved? Is that just a generalization so they can use it for other things as long as they work? I mean, how does that work?
No, Mr. Chairman, that was a very specific list that they had given us. So they allocated of the 26.5 million, 2.68 million to testing, 8.2 million to technology, 7.4 million to PPE and cleaning, and then the support for the teachers was 4.1 million.
And so you have all this on a spreadsheet, I take it?
I do.
Is that something you can make available to?
For that.
Yeah, that'd be great. If you could have it, just provide it to Dawn so we can see the breakdown.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
To move on, so we had in kind of this first tranche of the 2.10 million that the governor had sent out, the money for unemployment and worker safety and healthcare infrastructure was actually not included in there. There's our items in there, but they're in process, and I'll get to those here in just a sec. With the evictions and food security, there was 15 million that was given to the WCDA per a special session. As of right now, we have 326 applications have been submitted. 148 of those have been paid. 35 are in processing. 78 are waiting, additional information, and they currently have 374 applications that are in process, and 33 of those have requested kind of additional assistance to help with those applications. They have had about 75 that they have declined. And the reason that is that the rent has either already been paid or the income threshold, that 30% and the 10,000 is a little difficult to meet. So this program hasn't gotten out as much as we would like it to, but I think that as some of these, I think the governor had mentioned yesterday, as some of these federal programs are going away, we're hoping that this program and the dollars out will ramp up.
So Erica, you didn't mention a dollar amount. You said 148 paid. How much is that?
They had, it was 193,000. Is all that's gone out.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Oh, one second. Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. What were the administrative costs to distribute that 190, Erica?
Right now we have had out roughly about 20,000 that went out, and that was for the software package that they did, and then also they have had some staff and some temps to help administer that.
The reason I asked that question, I had spoken to another member of the legislature and had said that there was some information that suggested that, and I'm talking about WCDA had put out 190, it cost them 160 to do it. So evidently that's inaccurate. So I wanted to be sure on that.
No, Mr. Chairman, and I can get you that exact figure of what they sent out for the administrative cost, but it was in the 20,000 range.
Yeah, and the other question too, Mr. Co-Chair, while I've got the floor here, is on the university and that breakdown. Appreciate you sending that out to us. How do they verify that? Has there been any discussion in terms of verification? That could be the case for any and everything where you specify X amount of dollars will go to this or X amount to that. What's the verification process?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess within that kind of the verification process, in the documentation that we've gotten from the AG, is it lists what has been approved and what the AG thinks is reasonable and necessary? There's 3 criteria. And it also mentions in there, you know, that now that the money is given to those entities, that they're responsible for following the guidelines that are put in place and what the money was given to them for. And if any of that money is not used for that specific purpose, then it needs to be returned.
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, I understand that, but who says it has not been used for that specific purpose? And of course, the other thing is I have a serious issue with the AG having veto power over any of this in the first place. I think she should provide her opinion, and the decision should be made by the governor or someone else or whomever, or the business, however that works based on the information they provide. So that's another issue, but who would verify that that is actually the case?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I do believe that that will come in. There's some reporting requirements that we're working on with the budget division and SAO. So we can work on those and get some more detailed information back to you on that.
Representative Schwartz, I think you had your hand up earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it goes back, if that's okay. I'm just following up on Representative Summers, trying to understand what our capacity for increasing testing will be, especially as the university, community colleges, schools open. If we're doing surveillance testing in all these entities in Department of Corrections, are we going to run into a problem just for capacity?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
You bring up a good point, but so a couple of things are happening. One is that our lab now, its capacity is significantly increased. So that helps make sure that we've got tools to manage, especially on the diagnostic side of testing. For surveillance, we are working with outside labs. So Jewish National is one of them. A new contract that we have is with a company called Curative. And so we're really having to research and act quickly whenever we can to find relationships with those labs that have capacity. University of Wyoming, that one is through Rutgers. And that we are in discussion with them as well to find out if we could use that lab and that technology and that testing platform. So it's something we're working very hard on is to find entities that have capacity within their labs to run tests. So it is certainly a consideration and can be a limiter, but that is the large reason why we've chosen the entities we have is they have capacity, and almost all of them are making commitments that they can turn around a test when it arrives at their facility within 24 to 48 hours. So I think this morning I was hearing nationally, there's a concern that some tests aren't getting processed now for 5 or 6 days. We're trying to deal with that issue as much as possible.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Rennie. That's very helpful. I'm just curious, do you have a ballpark number that you're working off of, trying maximum capacity that we'll need?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
We are talking to, there's plenty of numbers that can be bandied around nationally about what we should be aiming for mitigation versus management of it. And so that's one of the projects that the Department of Health has on its plate this week is to give us its objective. So we want a number that we're aiming for, so we can monitor progress towards that. And then the Department of Health has a plan. So we don't have that today, but we do hope to have that soon. And that's considering everything. One technology that I haven't mentioned yet for you, though, is that the Department of Health and its public health lab has ramped up a new program on wastewater testing. And so Representative Schwartz, in your community, that is something that had started previously, and now we're trying to expand. And the town of Jackson and the city of Cody had all done that independently. The lab itself is now, with the funding that we've given it, started a program and is piloting that right now to see if we can use wastewater testing as a tool to help manage and monitor the virus as well. So on top of the other surveillance testing, we're trying to add in this wastewater testing that we believe should be very helpful to the state in its efforts to try to contain the virus.
Great. Thank you very much, Rennie. That was terrific.
Erica?
Okay, Mr. Chairman. So to wrap up the 210 million, we had 7.1 million that went out to the judicial branch for PPE, technology, cybersecurity, social distancing, and teleworking. We also gave 5.1 million PPE to the Department of A&I, and what they have done is they have purchased masks, hand sanitizer, cleaning supplies for all state buildings, is what the purpose of that money is going to be for. Just to quickly wrap up, there is some additional money in the pipeline, and what that is over the next couple of weeks, Rennie had alluded to earlier that we had the economic relief. So programs number 2 and 3, we're going to try and get out that additional 225 million. With what Rennie had just talked about here also with the wastewater testing. So in the testing and contact tracing, we have 11 million that's in the pipeline. And that is for additional testing supplies and also some N95 mask. There's like a fitting test that can happen. Local government response and preparedness. We have had some requests that have been put in to give some additional funding to child care centers for PPE and sanitation, health and mental substance abuse evaluations, and then also continued PPE for counties. So we had given some money to the Department of Tourism so that they can get some money out. And that's to the tune of 9.5 million. To follow on the educational preparedness, there's 71.6 million that we're looking to give out for community colleges and K-12 for their opening packages, if you will. For the Department of Education K through 12, it's 1.6 million for the summer food security program, 42 million for reopening needs. Technology is included in there. And then there's 7.3 million roughly for PPE. The community colleges in there, what we have approved for that is 9.4 million for wage recruitment, and then about 4.5 million for some reopening costs. They still do have, the community colleges still do have some proposals that they're working on to submit to us. So we're just watching those closely.
So that was sorry, Erica, that was 9.4 for recruitment?
No, for classroom virtual schools, 9.4.
Okay, classroom virtual. And the other was for what?
The other was for, it just says reopening costs. So that's going to be social distancing, PPE.
So, yeah, so it's just for PPE and spacing, essentially. And how much was that?
That was 4.5.
So what's the total for community colleges?
The total for community colleges right now is roughly 17 million.
So you left out 4 million then, because what you just gave us was 13.9.
My apologies. That was for the transitioning and learning environment. There was another 3.5 million in there.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Next would be the unemployment and worker safety. This was in the special session. There was the unemployment rate stabilization program and the premium credit repayment. The requests that are running through right now is about 42 million. Healthcare infrastructure. Department of Health has requested a regional strike team to help with some surveillance and testing on there, and then also county public health nursing staff.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Representative Larson had his hand up as well, but I was going to ask Erica on that, the holiday that you talked about under workers' comp, is that under the law that was passed during the last session? Because that was part of it, or did they actually do it for the new one for COVID, or are they intermingled?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So that was the money that was within the special session that you guys had approved within that bill during the special session.
So then, Mr. Co-Chair, there's been no COVID money gone out in terms of a holiday, that's correct?
Correct.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Erica, so I've been trying to get my head around that workers' comp and unemployment stuff a little bit as well. And my understanding from what a little bit is there was some programs outside the CARES funding that the state received that also was coming into workforce services that could be used to address COVID-related workers' comp or unemployment, and that we have used some of that. And so I'd like to know about that a little bit, and then compare that with the opportunities we have to fund the corpus of our unemployment and workers' compensation in anticipation of COVID impacts that might be able to give relief back to the businesses. What discussion are you guys having on making those approaches?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So thanks for that question. We can go ahead and circle back with them. The reason that was kind of my understanding as to the reason is this amount has not gone out to them is because they do have some other funding sources. And as you'll know, several different agencies have gotten their own COVID/CARES money through grant assistance that is not part of this 1.25 billion that we have received. And so we can definitely look into that and see what they have received other than what's out of the 1.25 billion that was given to the governor. And then report back to you on that. And so ours was kind of, my understanding would be, is when they would utilize our funds to replenish that program, if you will, would be once those other options were exhausted.
Well, and I appreciate that, Erica, but I would hope that you guys would, as we look at ways to really help the businesses that have been impacted, the two most direct ways is giving us some help with unemployment and workers' compensation, which they've both been impacted in this. I would hope that we would be looking for ways to do that rather than being reactive. I think there's a real opportunity there, and the guidelines have clearly indicated that those are appropriate uses. Would you
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Larson, or Representative Larson, you have a good point on there. And my understanding is I don't believe that with what we've done thus far has strained the program, but we'll make sure for that and get back to you. My understanding was that they were still moving along, but we'll double check with that and get back with you.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Erica, I was just thinking about that number you mentioned of $40 million under workers' comp, but I remember that bill, and it was a 1 month holiday of about 8.3%. And I think the fiscal note showed 16 million. So if there's an additional 30 or 24 million out there, I'm a little confused. Help me out.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Chairman Buat, you're correct. So in that $42 million figure, there's the 16 million to the premium credit repayment. And then there was an upfront or the 25 million was for the rate stabilization program. that program, they were saying that they could use maybe upwards of 119 million, but at this time they weren't seeing that run on the plan, so that we were going to give them 25 million.
Mr.
Go
Chairman.
ahead, Representative Larson.
I don't know, but help me understand why we didn't just put the 125 million in there if it wasn't utilized, just allow the rates, the rate credits to take place.
Mr. Chairman. At the time that we were looking at getting out that 25 million to them, Representative Larson, we were also trying to fall under the guidelines of the original 450 million that we could give out. So we were going to phase that if need be, but we hadn't run up onto that second request.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, Rennie.
Just to add in, what the governor wants to do is to make sure that people's rates for workers' comp and unemployment, if they're a business owner that had to lay off due to COVID, or their workers' comp rates would be going up normally under this, that we keep those rates from going up. So that's the purpose, I think, of the legislation that you passed, and that's the governor's intent as well. So, and that's what's going on right now is we will make sure that those funds, the trust funds for both of those, are adequately supplied so that we don't see rates go up for business owners in either way. And we'll be able to do that now that we've passed the July 15th, or tomorrow when we pass July 15th, we could easily move more money in, but at this point we aren't seeing those any pressures on rates going up. So we'll be able to prevent that by putting more money in whenever we need to.
So I'm trying to recall if the only issue was rates going up, or just to provide a holiday and to, to reduce costs. So that's what I'm curious about. Representative Larson.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I'd agree with that. I think maybe you've misunderstood at least what I understood the intent of the bill to be. And it definitely was to cover all impacts of COVID on workers' compensation. The outlay that they're going to have on workers' compensation and preventing rates from going up. What we was hoping to see is that we would be able to give the employers that are being impacted, we're trying to, as we tried to figure out ways that we could funnel money back to businesses that are impacted, we know that unemployment, workers' compensation are givens, and they're difficult. And so we arranged in that bill even to extend past 2020 to allow those credits to take place. That's not just for rate increases, Rennie. That was to allow them to take some rate credits. And the more we fund, the more we put in there to fund that corpus, the more we'll be able to provide rate holidays and help those businesses that have really been struggling since this spring and give them some help by freeing up capital that would normally have to go be paid to workers' compensation and unemployment taxes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Appreciate that clarification, because I had not heard that there's no language in there about a rate holiday. And going into the session, what we've been hearing most about was from employers who did not want to see their unemployment rates go up because of the layoffs. And that's what we were definitely working on, but that clarification helps us. We can aim on that and work on that going forward.
Can we visit maybe later, Rennie, and have some more discussion on that sidebar?
Always.
Yeah, and Mr. Co-Chair, I think, is that your recollection as well? I think we're off. Okay, so Erica, how much longer?
Mr. Chairman, so just two more topics.
Okay.
And hopefully they can go quick. Eviction food security, we're going to give out $1 million. The judicial and legislative branch, we have 17,000 slated to go out for technology for laptops for a district court. And then we are working and have been working very closely with the SAO and ANI and the AG's office regarding hazard pay. So we have slated some money to go out for hazard pay. And that will be for hazard pay that was already paid out. And then also for those entities who ran into budget constraints and were not able to pay hazard pay, we're going to go retroactively back and get some numbers from those agencies so that we can retroactively pay those employees for that hazard pay. And then the last item that we're working on is the broadband issue. So last Thursday, there were some providers that convened to talk about Connect Wyoming initiative. The governor has submitted some plans on how that's going to work. And so that was just kind of the last of what the money in the pipeline, if you will, that we're working on.
So on the hazard pay, for example, if people use part of their PPP dollars to pay hazard pay, is that something that disqualifies them, or can they still get reimbursed so they can use those PPP dollars for something else?
Mr. Chairman, this hazard pay would just strictly be for state agencies that
Okay.
we're discussing.
And then on the broadband, how much money was set aside for that?
There's been estimates right now, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a set dollar figure on that, but it was, I don't know, Rennie, if you have an idea of a dollar figure on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
We have proposals due into our office next week, and that's going to help us shape exactly how much money we need to go in. But we saw the task force's bill, so we're aware of that amount. And so we'd like to see what the proposals come in from the providers to meet the needs, and then the governor make a decision on allocating a set amount for that.
Okay, so, but you're working with the task force numbers and that ballpark. Okay,
We're working closely with the task force on that.
So Erica, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Erica, you said that the HAZ pay was intended for state agencies, but I thought that we also was looking at making that available to counties and municipalities as well, that they could receive reimbursement for hazardous pay for COVID related conditions for their employees. Have I got that wrong, or or is that all in there with what you're talking about?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Representative Larson, so we will need to look at that. So the hazard pay that I've been working on is strictly with state agencies. My understanding, and I will do some clarification on this, was that the county's proposal for that hazard pay and reimbursement to those employees would be going through their proposal through the Office of State Lands.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure they weren't getting kicked out of the car as we go around the corner.
So before we break, I'd like to, Don, I think that we've got Mayor Orr to take some public comment just to address this application process, so she doesn't have to stay on all day, and we can also release Rennie and Erica as well. Can we invite her in? There she is. Can you hear us, Marion? Kicked out of the car as we go around the corner. So before we break, I'd like to, Don, I think that we've got Mayor Orr to take some public comment just to address this application process, so she doesn't have to.
Mayor Orr, I think you need to turn off YouTube stream.
As well.
Great, thank you. Yep.
Oh, it's always fun to listen to myself.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm dueling.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Marion Orr. I'm the mayor of the city of Cheyenne. And much before, probably about 2 weeks before the president declared an emergency, I was in contact with mayors from around the country regarding COVID. And I met with all of my department directors in early March. And we came up with basically a disaster preparedness plan for everybody to work from home, as well as I had them start tracking all of their hours that were specific to the COVID response, as well as we created in early March a special code within Treasury. So all of the purchases that had to deal with, again, the COVID response would be tracked. And so the city of Cheyenne started off really on the right foot as far as having all of the information, data, technology that we could to certainly respond and again keep track of the costs of all of this. And so we've been working very closely, as Erica said, and I really appreciate the governor's office and the Office of State Land and Investments, and then the AG's office is involved, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, which is an additional layer that many other communities throughout the country aren't really having to go through that additional hoop. But we did submit today. We were our first application did go to the Office of State Land Investment Boards. They determined it was complete. And then very late, about 6 p.m. on Friday, we were alerted by the Attorney General's office that we needed a narrative for our application, as well as job descriptions for every employee. This particular application that we submitted was our first of 3 that we're going to, and this application was just for payroll, something that Representative Larson just kind of alluded to. So our first application took 3 employees, basically full-time 3 weeks to submit at well over 650 pages for a request of roughly $800,000 for payroll reimbursement. So I'm personally concerned. I've been talking to other mayors from around the state, and I'm afraid that some of your communities are really going to have a problem accessing these funds. Obviously, the calendar that you will, as far as when SLIB meets and determines that, is set, but communities also have to do resolutions to pass it. So I've got to go through the city council process. And so we got that taken care of. But again, I'm really concerned for our communities as far as being able to get this money out the door and realized and spent before December. As far as the city of Cheyenne goes, we do, as I mentioned, anticipate applying for 2 other rounds, if you will. One will include the PPE and the technology costs that we have expended, not only in the past, but going forward, trying to make everybody as mobile, if you will. So should we get another round, as we're all anticipating, that we can do online permitting for businesses and such. And then we are also looking at working with other communities to hire or contract with a grants manager or a firm to basically make sure that we are tracking all these expenses well, so that when we go into a possible audit scenario next year, that we have everything kind of prepared for that. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I appreciate too, Mr. Chairman, the recommendation that we all get together and maybe sit down and figure out how we can streamline this for everybody. And happy to do that. I'm happy to answer any questions regarding our experience.
Any questions for the mayor? Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Good to see you, Marion. And I have those same concerns about the ability to get these funds out, and what you're saying is very alarming to me. Obviously, the smaller communities won't be able to do it. One of the things I'm thinking about doing is maybe having the business council do it rather than going through SLIB, as a suggestion for this committee or anyone to think about. The other thing is, I think I have concerns about the Attorney General being able to veto these kind of projects rather than just provide advice. What's your take on those 2 ideas?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Bebout, I absolutely concur. I think having SLIB in the process, I think, does slow things down. The Business Council, again, I know they have a lot on their plates, and working with the business grants that they've been giving. But again, I think that they might be more nimble than possibly SLIB. And then furthermore, I am very concerned about the Attorney General's office essentially being the gatekeeper, if you will, in that, should and when possibly an audit of how these funds are expended, it should really be, the onus should be on each of the communities. And I think that we're putting the cart before the horse as far as making it too difficult for us to basically prove our need versus being able to get out there and expend those resources.
So any other questions for the mayor? So I do have one question, Mary, and that says, could you just quickly tell us how your city budget has been impacted by the COVID virus and where we're at?
Yeah, very significantly. We went through the budget process much like you're doing. It was extremely painful. We actually went through 3 rounds of our budget. We started off in January, and then COVID hit, and then we realized obviously the state impact with the decline in oil and gas. And so we did an overall, I shouldn't say overall, we cut just over 20% of our budget. We laid off 17 people. We did not fill 15 positions. We did this in April. And we ended up with an $8 million revenue shortfall and basically cut our way to a balanced budget, but not without the loss of jobs and similarly tough decisions.
Do you anticipate any additional cuts in terms of new revenue projections?
I do not anticipate additional cuts. In fact, we have been, I call it good, bad news. We've actually been pleased in seeing the revenue come in that we are receiving. We budgeted last year for an increase, a monthly increase of 6% growth within our revenue. And then with our new budget, again, just over 20% decrease in revenue. And what we're seeing last month for the month of May, we realized only a loss of 5.1% of revenue. And then back in April, we experienced an 11.1% reduction in payroll. So we are seeing, obviously, as you all are well aware, sales in other areas that we didn't anticipate. But what we're most concerned about is next year and the state projections. And we're figuring that direct distribution probably won't be a thing of the future, will be a thing of the past. So we continue to be very cautious.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, let's take a 15-minute break. It's 10:40, what? 10:41. So we'll come back at 11 or 10:55. Does that work? All right, we'll take a break till 10:55. Hey, Don, before we get started, you want to just see what we need to do? Just tell me if we need to catch up, if we got people for a public comment, and what the rest of the day is going to look like.
Yes, a couple of things. Number one, just to be aware, you are live on YouTube even during this interim meeting, just as an FYI. Secondly, if you wanted to take Senator Kinski and Representative Schwartz, I think they have some brief comments regarding their efforts on early retirement, and I think it came to a favorable resolution. Shouldn't take very long. When we move to the next topic, the revenue declines, strategic revenue declines, I would perhaps suggest that we allow NCSL and Pew to address the committee before I do, because they have other commitments that they may have to address later this afternoon. Then we could take my comments or break for lunch and come back and take my comments and the work on the capital construction and CARES Act two bills that you referenced this morning. We have no pending public comment.
Okay. So if we have no pending public comment, we're at anything else I don't see on the issues before we adjourn. Any follow-up questions? I don't see Erica or Rennie there, but so no, I don't see any other questions. So let's go to next on our list then. Let's go
Mr.
to
Chairman, Mr.
yeah.
Chairman, now that I see Rennie has made it back to the Zoom meeting, I did have a question for the governor's office.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Rennie, Erica went through a list of items approved, dollar values approved for a multitude of different things, different agencies. My question is how many checks have been cut? How much of that money has actually gone out the door and is out in people's hands, communities' hands, agency, I shouldn't say agencies' hands, but really out the door, not just what's been approved, but how much is in play?
Yeah, I think there's, and Don, you might want to address that a little bit on the most recent Treasury discussions on what the difference is between allocated versus expended, and then how the governor's office tracks that and how that is then tracked on an ongoing basis so that we can watch the actual dollars expended. And
Mr. Chairman, may I interject, please?
Sure.
The website NAFR B11 report that I pulled up this morning shows you that information. It shows you the B11s, the approvals from the governor, delineated by the CARES Act and other funds, and it tracks how the expenditures are actually being made, the allocation of the dollars, and then it tracks the encumbrances and then the expenditures and the remaining amount in that document.
And I'm putting Ryan Franklin.
Okay, Representative Walters, does that answer your question?
And a follow-up to Kevin, I'm still trying to find it on the website. So maybe a better direction to the website and tab up once I'm on the website.
Absolutely. I'll send that link to Don right now. I think Don has that link, but I'll send it to him again.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Kevin, I've looked at that. Is it possible to get some kind of summary? It's a lot of information, detail that I probably don't need the level of detail, but a higher level view would be really helpful.
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. I'll accept any recommendations on how this would help you better. And because this is a public document and anything we can do to improve it would be good. I'll be happy to think about that myself too. Just maybe a preamble to it, just black and whites. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right. Thank you, Rennie. Appreciate it very much. Now we're going to go to a quick rundown by Senator Kinski and
Mr. Co-Chair, before we do.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
I was in and out, and I apologize to the committee for that. But the question I had is, what money, if any, has gone out to rural hospitals? Has that been answered, or did that question come up? If not, I'd like an answer, please.
Yeah, not specifically. Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman?
Uh-huh.
The hospitals, the way the legislation was written is that they would apply to SLIB. And so I believe that the proposal, any proposals that a hospital has or a healthcare provider has, those are on the agenda for the SLIB meeting, which is taking place this Thursday. So the first applications from locals and healthcare providers will all be in front of SLIB this Thursday.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
My local hospital put in a grant app for, it's taken some old offices that they hustled into service during the crisis and actually turning them into hospital rooms with the negative pressure. And they're putting in for as much as they're certain they can have done by the end of the year. And I asked them if they needed help at the next SLIB meeting for a presentation. They said it's their impression SLIB is actually going to be phoning applicants to try and move these things along more quickly rather than asking them to wait for a meeting. And I just wanted to see if Rennie or anybody else could confirm that SLIB is actually doing phone interviews to move the process along.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that specific technique, but we have definitely talked about the need, and they're looking at ways to help make that more efficient. So I hadn't heard that one in particular, but I'm glad that may be on the table, because I think that's important.
Mr. Chairman, follow on.
Sure.
Rennie, if you can find out and let us know, that would be appreciated, because there's a lot of frustration with the pacing of SLIB relative to the Business Council.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Kind of Rennie, on that same note, as we look going forward on how we handle perhaps CARES Act funding, and obviously we'll have all this discussion with you anyway, but on that note, should we be, let's take the broadband, for example. So that's not really is that running through the Business Council or just through the governor's office? And as we look to other programs that we may want to do this with, to kind of avoid the logjam at SLIB, and is it through the governor's office, or do we need to state the Business Council and the governor to make decisions? What are some of your thoughts on that? Or maybe you don't have any now, but you could get back to me on that.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I prefer to get back to you. Chairman Nicholas and I sat down together, and I just say, given we've got federal guidance that we've got to be watching out for, we've got state law that passed during the special session, and then now in a lot of cases we have rules. So I'd really appreciate it if we just sit down, because some of this is still spitballing, to see what you think and others think about that, because certainly that's one of the big things on the governor's mind right now is how do we make sure that we best respond to COVID and use these dollars to the best of our ability as a state. And we've certainly got some ideas, but I wouldn't say they're so refined that I want to state them right now publicly.
Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Rennie. I appreciate that. What I don't want to have happen, and I have some concerns about the overload at SLIB as well. And the Attorney General can provide information and opine on what they think is this or that in terms of their interpretation of the rules. But I certainly may have a different one, or the governor might, and I just don't like them having veto power, because those rules are at best ambiguous anyway. And so the question I have is they got a carte blanche, and we can talk about it later, but these applications that have anything to do, like with Sheridan, for what they're doing, or what Riverton's going to get an application into you probably tomorrow, and just to have the Attorney General say, well, no, we don't think they fit the guidelines. I think that is something that we really should take a good look at. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chair, I think that as we wrap this thing up this afternoon and talk about a COVID bill, we can definitely ourselves address that in that bill and work on that language as well. So.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I'll look forward to doing that. And Rennie, I just wanted to bring it to your attention for you, the Attorney General and the Governor. Thanks.
Okay, further questions for Rennie? Seeing none. Thank you, Rennie. Appreciate it again. And as we work through this COVID stuff and as the, we're going to be working on a COVID bill. It'll probably be a JAC COVID bill, and we're going to create a working group this afternoon to do it. And that will probably then tag into the Management Council's kind of outline of the COVID dollars. And so what we're going to want to do is get together with your office so that we don't have too strong a competing interest for the dollars, and we can work together on where the greatest need is to make sure that we get all the dollars spent and that our priorities line up as close as we can make them. So. Okay, Senator Kinski, Representative Schwartz, a quick update on retirement.
Can you hear me okay, Mr. Chairman?
Now I can.
All right, I'll just lead off very quickly. The way I got here is that I had been working on drafting an early retirement bill with Anna Mumford. And we had a bill that Senator Meyer had worked on several sessions ago. And I was impressed by the bill, which started out fairly complicated, but we had a hearing where a number of state employees came and said, we don't need all those incentives. You know, we're all within 1 to 5 years of Medicare age. We just can't stand the cost of the health insurance. Just help us out with the health insurance and give us a shot at retirement. So I was starting with something simpler, but I also asked Anna to research what other states had done. Well, she did really a phenomenal job with some good research. Then when I learned that the governor's office was already working on it, I dropped that effort and passed the research that had been done on to the governor's office. And that's been shared with you. And then the topic came up and it was known that I had interest, Representative Schwartz had interest, so we were appointed to a subcommittee, and then we were had the pleasure of a conference call with some of the governor's staff where we heard a little bit as to what they were working on and what their thinking was about an early retirement. You heard much of that here today. They still have it under consideration. But for my part, I would direct your attention to a study that was from the Government Finance Officers Association forwarded to previously, entitled Evaluating the Use of Early Retirement Incentives. And that summarizes a study that was done of, I think, dozens of efforts by states to use early retirement to save money. The second paragraph of the summary states, historically, early retirement incentives rarely have succeeded, since costs are often greater than initially anticipated by the government offering the incentive, and savings are lower than projected. GFOA recommends that governments exercise, quote, extreme caution, unquote, if considering early retirement incentives. So the upshot of it is it's tough to save money with them. I don't know if that's true of early retirements generally, or if it's just because government has a hard time pulling those sorts of things off well. What Representative Schwartz, well, he'll speak for himself, but there's other ways that if you're looking to reduce headcount to do it. Where I think an early retirement program makes sense is given that we're in the public realm, given that what we're trying to do is fairly difficult, it just, you know, sets a little bit better with what is a very difficult process to give people a chance to make a decision, an option. You know, if you've got to reduce the head count, it's also difficult to implement because you don't know who's going to retire. The way I've seen it done, though, is it's structured as somebody actually makes an offer. So Bob Nicholas might say, I'd like to offer retirement on the basis that you have outlined. Then it's up to the government to decide whether to accept it or not. And the acceptance depends upon, can we fill your job? Can we fill your job at a lower cost? Could we close your job and parse the duties out somewhere else? So if you have sufficient flexibility in your organization, it's a way that you can, people can step up and volunteer. There's folks, if nothing else, it makes a bad process less bad. I know we went through it at the city of Sheridan, and turned out there was one fellow that he'd been considering starting his own business. He took this as the sign that it was time. And he saw who was going to get laid off if he didn't step forward. And he thought, well, that's crazy for this guy to lose his job. And 6 months later, I resigned. So he took early retirement. Actually, he's done very well in this business. There are a lot of people in the older ranks that they were done. You know, they decided they'd tough it out on the healthcare, take the package. And, you know, we made a decision and turned some people down. We said, thanks, but we're not going to accept your offer. So that's kind of the long and the short of it. I'll turn it over to Representative Schwartz, take it from here.
Thank you, Senator. I agree with about everything he said. I'll just, basically the way it was discussed, there's two reasons to do early retirement. One's cost savings. And it was pretty clear that these cost savings won't occur after you do the incentive, which is often about health insurance or some kind of payout. And then you also consider the fact you got to keep the retirement system whole because they're losing contributions at the same time they're increasing their payouts. So in some capacity, you have to help the retirement system. It's pretty difficult to actually get cost savings. So then you look at reduction in force, and the problem with using early retirement is it's not strategic. So what you're going to generally have happen, it's a lot of very experienced, more upper level governmental employees that are taking the retirement package. You, by and large, have to refill those positions with less experienced people. There's the cost of training, and it doesn't create vacancies, which is ultimately the goal of reduction in force. So I think the governor's office, I don't know if Rennie's still on here because he was in on this meeting. They're not ruling it out, but I think my impression was they feel there's better ways to get cost savings and better ways to get reduction in force. So it's still an option that's available, but not a preferred option. And I'd be happy, and I'm sure Senator Kinski would as well, to answer any questions.
Well, Rennie, I see that you're on. You're listening. You got any comments? So it's a recommendation of our working group that we just kind of put that on the back page for the moment.
I think so.
It would certainly be my recommendation. I just think there's better ways to get to the end results.
And I also think the governor's office is working hard to get something put together. If we were to move that forward, I think we ought to wait until after we see what the net is out of what they opt to do. I don't want to slow them down or get in the way.
Okay, that's the report. That sounds great. Any other comments, Erica?
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up on that, just wanted to let you know that I agree with everything that Senator Kinski and Representative Schwartz said, and want to thank them for being part of those conversations. And they are right. Our office is continuing to still work on some early retirement options. However, what we are looking at is that currently, if we did some sort of an early retirement or a targeted severance, that would be our preference as to where we're looking. So we're still trying to ferret out some of those details of that, but we did let Senator Kinski and Representative Schwartz know that as we finalize those, we would follow up with some more information.
Great, I appreciate it very much. Okay, so now we'll move on to our next topic, which is the budget reductions. And Don, you wanted to have the NCSL go first?
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, we'll have Pew go first, NCSL will go second, and then You can ask questions of them. You can take my presentation either after lunch or at the end of theirs in respect of their time. I did want to introduce very briefly, if I might.
Please.
This next section on the agenda applies to interim topic priority number 3 that JAC selected, which is titled Strategic Revenue Declines. And it states the committee will review historical state revenue sources, how their volatility contributes to spending and reserve policies of the state legislature, including how such fluctuations contribute to general revenue issues. The committee will assess appropriation trends over time and review other state responses to substantial revenue declines, including reaching out to independent sources, CSG, NCSL, Pew, and others to compare the findings of this review and the effects of revisions to appropriations. So we have before us today 2 individuals from NCSL, Jackson Brainerd and Emily Mayer, who will be presenting, and the senior fiscal staff, Mandy Rafel, will be available for questions at the appropriate time. I would also like to introduce Angela O from the Pew Charitable Trust. She comes from the Utah State Legislature previously, and I would argue that Utah has one of, if not the best, stress testing programs in the state, among the states. You will recall, more senior members of this committee, that the Pew Charitable Trust assisted LSO considerably in a 6-month project in 2015, specifically looking at stress testing and the use of reserve policies and rainy day funds with the Revenue Committee. They followed up their work pro bono and assisted LSO in a more limited capacity in 2016 with the Joint Appropriations Committee and the Capital Finance Committee. So with that introduction, Mr. Chairman, I believe Angela O has joined us, and Karen will flip through her slide presentation with your direction.
Okay, please proceed. Welcome, Angela.
Mr. Chairman, I think we might need a moment. She has connecting audio through one source and video through a second.
No problem. Can you hear us, Angela? Still can't hear you.
Okay, can you guys hear me now? Perfect. Okay, and then I apologize. I am not as familiar with Zoom. Can you guys see the slide deck? Because on my version, I don't see my slide deck.
Okay, there we go. We have it, Angela.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So sorry, I accidentally disconnected. So I believe introductions were done. So Mr.
Yep.
Co-Chairman, am I okay to begin?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, my name is Angela O, and I'm with the Pew Charitable Trust. Thank you for inviting me to be a part of today's discussion. So in case you aren't familiar with us, Pew is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that conducts research and analysis to improve public policy. I work on the State Fiscal Health Project, which helps advance data-driven best decisions to build fiscally well-managed states. Next slide, please. Okay, so today I will talk about three areas. The first is state tax revenue volatility. So we'll talk about kind of what happened before the pandemic hit to state revenues, as well as what we're seeing with volatility. and then state rainy day funds, and then some fiscal management tools to help prepare for and mitigate the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we'll talk about some long-term budgeting as well as budget stress testing. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so I will show a series of maps, and we're going to start to see what happened to state tax revenue. So what we're going to see is how it recovered very slowly and unevenly since the Great Recession. So this first map is states in mid-2009 when the Great Recession officially ended. The dark orange indicates kind of where the economic troubles were, which are the steepest shortfalls. And as we'll see in this current slide, state tax revenue was down in every state after adjusting for inflation, and it would be 2 more quarters before states hit bottom. So now can we slowly click through until we get to 2013? And you'll start to see some of the colors shift from oranges to the blues. Okay, so now that we've moved forward to 4 years, at this point, this is finally where total dollars and state tax revenue that is adding up from all states had finally recovered. So it took 4 years after the end of the Great Recession for total tax revenue to get back to its starting point. Again, this is inflation adjusted, but only 21 states were in blue, showing that tax revenue had recovered. Most of the country was still in the orange, including Wyoming, where revenue was more than 15% below its recession peak. So again, can I have the slide deck slowly move until we get to Q4 2019? Okay, so now we have fast forwarded to like nearly present day. So this is where things stood at the start of 2020. So tax revenue in all but 6 states was higher, noting that Wyoming is still in the dark orange, largely because of its reliance on severance taxes, which accounts for about 1/3 of total revenue, and the overall price decline in oil and gas since around the mid-2010s. Keeping in mind that as of January 2020, natural gas prices were at their lowest point in 3 years. And so a key takeaway from this series of maps is how state tax revenue rebounded at far different paces, so the recovery was quite uneven. And we expect the same kind of varied results, maybe even more so during this pandemic, based on factors of a state's overall economy and tax structure, as well as factors such as COVID hotspots, or where we're starting to see a resurgence in cases for states that opened sooner than some others. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we'll move to state tax revenue volatility. So here, volatility refers to the fluctuations that a tax revenue stream may experience. So this chart is showing the top 10 most volatile states for fiscal years 1998 to 2017. So we'll see that Wyoming ranks 3rd, which is in the green. And just for a point of reference, I've included the 50-state median, which is in orange with a score of 5. So just a couple notes on the methodology. It's a 20-year score, and Pew removes the effect of tax increases or decreases to get at the underlying conditions that are out of policymakers' control. So a low score means that the revenue levels were very similar from year to year, whereas a higher score can indicate that there were fluctuations, either increases or decreases that were a little more dramatic. So volatility will differ across states because every state relies on a unique stream of tax revenue. For example, some individual streams are more volatile by nature. Severance taxes on oil and minerals and corporate were consistently more volatile than other state taxes such as personal income or sales and use, which less applicable to Wyoming, knowing that you guys don't have an income tax. But states can raise and lower their tax revenue by changing policies, but the underlying tax revenue streams are sometimes out of policymakers' control, and they're driven by factors such as a mix of industry, natural resources, population growth, as well as things such as federal budget changes or unforeseen events such as the current one that we're in. And so two factors generally work in tandem to influence a state's overall revenue volatility. And so the first is, excuse me. So the first factor that will generally impact a state's volatility is how dramatically each stream will change from year to year. And then the second is how much a state relies on that particular revenue source. So if a small tax stream is extremely volatile, but the state does not heavily rely on that for their revenue, it has a smaller impact on the state's overall volatility. So volatility can complicate the already difficult task of forecasting and budgeting, but it's not inherently bad. And so one thing that P recommends is for states to study their volatility, in doing so to help determine the budgetary risk that a state may have, and also to put in place evidence-based saving strategies that can harness growth in the good years and soften those lean years, such as the ones that we're all facing right now. So these strategies also include depositing one-time or above average revenue into a rainy day fund, and then dedicating those balances to very narrow and explicit purposes. 21 states currently tie their rainy day funds to revenue volatility, although Wyoming is not. Next slide, please. Okay, so now this is kind of coupling the top 10 most volatile states against their rainy day funds and the day's worth of general fund expenditures. So again, we can see that Wyoming has significant savings compared to these other volatile states, as well as compared to the rest of the nation. So while Wyoming is the third most volatile state, Wyoming's rainy day fund was the largest going into the current recession. In fiscal year 19, we account for almost 400 days that Wyoming could run on operating, for rainy day funds. The state of Wyoming could run almost 400 days without having to tap into any other resources, or if we put that in dollar amount, about $1.7 billion. Next slide, please. Okay, so this kind of ties everything back together, looking at kind of the 50-state high-level view of rainy day funds. So while the recession was devastating, and as we saw earlier, state tax revenue recovered very slowly, unevenly, and it took about a decade for states to get at this point. But it was something that most states had learned from the Great Recession, that they needed to build their state rainy day funds. As shown, the 50-state median that states could run on rainy day funds alone is about 28 days. So when looking at Wyoming, if we look at similar volatile states or just its neighboring states, Wyoming outpaces all states by a significant number of days, with almost 400 as previously mentioned. So at the end of the fiscal year, looking at that 50-state number, states had collectively hit record savings with nearly $75 billion total. And so this put many states in a good position to kind of address the budget gaps that are opening up this year. And so 3 steps that Pew has identified that can help ensure that states use their savings most effectively. The first, including rainy day funds as part of a strategic gap closing measure. So accessing reserves early can buy time that can be used to explore other budget balancing options and to help make deliberate decisions. But on the other hand, depleting funds too soon could result in having to make deeper cuts down the road. For example, I believe 9 states during the Great Recession used the entirety of their funds in that first year, leaving nothing for future years. So then the second would be to establish withdrawal rules. So clearly written rules governing rainy day fund withdrawals are important because they allow that the funds are able and accessible when they're needed the most, but also that they're safeguarded during those good times. And then the third is to establish deposit rules that are tied to volatility so that the funds are rebuilt as the economy recovers. So using rainy day funds during a rainy day is good fiscal policy, and the best way to build reserves is to require above normal revenue growth or a one-time influx in revenue to be deposited into savings. That way, the funds are replenished as the state's fiscal outlook begins to recover. Next slide, please. Okay, so rainy day funds are a tool that states have to address the impacts of economic shocks that are very liquid, but then there are other analytical tools that can also help states kind of plan for that longer term outlook and to also help see when and where budgetary adjustments need to be made. So first I'll talk about long-term budgeting, and then I'll conclude with budget stress testing. So long-term budgeting refers to forecasting revenues and expenditures for 3 to 5 years out, kind of keeping in mind looking past that current budget cycle, but not looking too far forward that you might have forecast error by extending that time frame out too far. And currently, 20 states do a long-term budget as required by statute, about a handful more if you remove that statutory requirement. So by routinely identifying and quantifying structural budget deficits, long-term forecasts can lead to better decision-making. For example, if a state's fiscal problems are a temporary result of economic conditions, relying on reserves to balance a budget makes a lot of sense. But if the problem is structural, less desirable options may eventually need to be discussed. For example, those revenue enhancements or programmatic spending cuts. So in this way, long-term budgeting promotes fiscal sustainability and can help avoid those crisis-driven decisions that could potentially lead to unintended consequences to fix something in that short term. Next slide, please. Okay, so knowing that the current situation is a long-term challenge states will face, some considerations to think about and some data to collect when doing a long-term budget. Some of these make a little more sense holistically, but some might be targeted a little bit more to the pandemic at hand. So the first, identifying and understanding risks to the forecast. For example, the virus's uncertainty or the uncertainty of energy markets, as that is very critical for Wyoming. And then identifying major revenue and expenditures, and then separating out recurring and non-recurring revenue to make sure there's temporal balance in the budget, and then assessing potential new spending relative to available and anticipated revenue, and then assessing demographic and economic factors and their impacts on forecasts, right? Because that impacts the revenue side of more people generally means more tax dollars, but on the spending side, more people also means more programmatic spending. And then assessing future budget flexibility. Some examples include how much will a new program tie up for the future? Are there any state fixed costs that have not been incorporated into these type of forecasts? Things of that nature. Next slide, please. Okay, so building on long-term budgeting, another fiscal management tool that can help prepare states for downturns is budget stress testing. So budget stress testing is an emerging trend in many states. Some credit rating agencies, such as Moody's and S&P, have done 50 state analyses, but this map just kind of shows states that either perform a budget stress test or they incorporate a component of a stress test into their forecast. Next slide, please. Okay. So budget stress testing, backtracking just a little bit, is comparing baseline revenues and expenditures to various scenarios that are likely to occur in a state. They could be something as simple as like a moderate or a severe recession, looking at something like in 01, 02, the dot-com, or a severe recession could be something similar to the Great Recession. And in present day, it could also include a pandemic scenario. And so when states stress test, they get a better understanding of the total value at risk, right? So it's that the amount that revenue will fall and then adding in the amount that expenditures will increase during this kind of shock to the economy. And so with that information, states can better anticipate budget gaps and make long-term decisions to help identify those potential risks. Next slide. Okay. Oh, sorry. Should be one more slide. Okay, can we move one slide forward? Oh, sorry, back one now. Okay, perfect, thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, so similar to long-term budgeting, here are just some factors to consider and some data to collect when conducting a stress test. And again, some of this would be very particular to the pandemic at hand, but still very valuable information to collect. So the length of business closures in the state and possible phases of recovery, knowing that that will impact revenues and expenditures. And then things such as like the probability of a future outbreak from the virus, economic figures, employment, GDP, wages, kind of skipping over income for Wyoming, but then things such as federal aid, consumer spending, and energy prices. So just focusing on things that have the biggest or most direct impact on the state's budget. The forecasters can model different ranges or different scenarios because there is so much uncertainty right now. And Wyoming has already done some of this, which is great. And it'll just be important to keep updating these numbers as the situation is evolving. And then in that same vein, kind of focusing on the largest drivers of tax revenue. For Wyoming, that would probably include an energy component. And then including expenditures will just make the stress test a little bit more comprehensive. So right now, that probably would look at things such as Medicaid and unemployment insurance that we know are going to have a large effect on state budgets. And so having these updated numbers and revised forecasts are just very helpful for policymakers as you look to make informed decisions in this current budget cycle, as well as looking out towards the future. Next slide, please. Okay, so I believe this slide should look familiar to most of you. I pulled it from the May Consensus Revenue Estimating Group revised report. So this is the revision from January updated to May with the most recent information. And so under all scenarios, state revenues are materially lower. And so as I read this report, what I found most interesting was that none of the funds recover to pre-COVID-19 levels by the end of the forecast period, which was fiscal year 2022. And so I think seeing these numbers can sometimes feel daunting, but I also believe that having this type of information is just crucial as you all look to close those budget gaps and kind of thinking about those tough decisions. So I think this is a great state example of Wyoming is revising their forecast, getting the most recent information to make those decisions and thinking about what's happening with the pandemic in the state. Next slide, please. Okay, so as you all work to get through the business cycle and plan for the next, Pew can help customize and implement promising approaches through state-specific technical assistance. So if there's anything that like myself or my team could provide related to long-term budgeting or budget stress testing, we would be happy to do so. And on the next slide, I just have my contact information, and that is all I have. And so I would just like to thank everyone for allowing me to be here today, and I will turn it back to the co-chairman.
Don, I have a question. Just in terms of kind of the outline that Pew follows and what we just saw, it looks to me like we're kind of the head of the pack on most of those issues in terms of how we monitor and do the stress tests. You know, obviously, in particular, that's important for us because of the volatility of our revenues and the declining nature of our volatile revenues over the past few years and into the future. My question is, what takeaways can we, or what added components of her presentation may be of assistance to you or to us in going forward?
Well, I'll take a stab at that and don't mean to speak for Angela or Pew, and he can correct me, but one area where I think Pew would criticize the state of Wyoming is that we don't have a lot of formalized guidelines. I think when she talked about the automatic increases, spending policies, drawing down the rainy day fund, and what level that should be, I think those three characteristics on the beginning of that discussion. Wyoming has a strong informal approach to that. I think Pew would like to see, and many other states do, have codified those practices. Secondly, I think some of our stress testing may be less sophisticated than perhaps Ms. O is used to based on her experience in Utah or with other states. But those are the two takeaways that I see from the presentation.
Could you be more specific on the stress testing criteria?
Yes, I think, for example, Moody's incorporates a fair bit more analytical rigor and more complicated mathematics to arrive at the impacts of various scenarios. I might say, and I would agree with that, I might say that you've noticed Moody's released a stress test of the state of Wyoming about a week or so after May 26th Craig. We came essentially to the same result in two completely different ways, but their methodology is much more analytically rigorous, arguably would use more sophisticated software that we do not have access to. I think, for example, when Pew came out in 2015, they had 4 or 5 people working on the project, at least part-time, and spent a considerable amount of time identifying the volatility of each one of our revenue streams. And at the end of the day, came to the same result as a memo that I prepared for the JAC committee in 2014 for Representative Berger, although did it in a much more sophisticated, much more complicated, and you can refer to the appendix as probably 20 pages of pretty high level calculus that Pew employs. And we employ some back of the envelope work, candidly.
Questions for Angela, anybody? Senator, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And Angela, appreciate that presentation. You spending the time to do that. I have several questions. The first one is, you know, our bond rating, and we were a AA+, and they came out and took us down to a AA. And they cited 2 reasons. One is because of coal, and boy, we get that. And the other one is the deficit in our education funding. Were you aware of that? And if you are, what kind of impact would that have on Wyoming's being in a position to do something? And when you look at those ratings, the second part is what really reaches out to me that's concerning is it took us, and we're still not there, 10 years to recover in terms of our revenue streams. And so if you go where we are today, and then you add the additional impact of COVID, you know, we could be more than a decade in recovery possibly. And so that's really alarming to me. What's your take on those 2 questions?
So the first, so for the credit rating, was the general question just because there was a drop from the AA to, or the AA+ to the double, and kind of what that means for the state in the future? Did I miss any of that? Sorry, my phone was cutting out a bit. Okay, so with that, I would say we're actually working on a short content piece that may be released in the next week or so that talks about COVID-19 and state credit ratings. And so one thing that we'll say, that Pew will say, is that generally credit rating agencies won't frown upon the usage of rainy day funds if they are used for that intended purpose, and as long as there is that future plan for replenishment. And so that should not be a concern that you would get dinged just by accessing those rainy day funds for the correct purpose. And then on the second part, not to be a downer, but yeah, I think it's incredibly scary it took, on the aggregate, more than a decade for states to get where they're at. And for example, I believe California, their rainy day funds were about $21 billion, and they had anticipated, I think by the end of this year, they would raid all of that to fight COVID-19. And so that's something where I don't think anyone could have predicted the abruptness or severity of the pandemic, but kind of having those tools at hand to understand this is where we're seeing our revenue trends go and our expenditures are increasing. So understanding that total value at risk, I think is crucial for policymakers to understand. For year 1, we can get through it using these strategic measures. For year 2, we might have to look into some other budget balancing options, which I believe NCSL next will get into a little bit. But those are kind of those things of looking at more than one budget cycle and doing that multi-year forecast, I think will be crucial as you guys kind of plan for the immediacy as well as that longer term. Does that answer your question, Senator? Okay.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ms. O. I think what I'm interested in is kind of the non-COVID status of where Wyoming's at. And as you go back to your slides, which I have seen sometimes before and find it very interesting, it talks about recovery from the Great Recession, which really Wyoming didn't go into until after 2010 when oil and natural gas really hit us. And I look at how Wyoming come out of that,
they come out and got there to about 15% to 0, and then we fall back in. But I look at the other states that are comparable to and rely on energy around us: North Dakota, Texas, Utah, New Mexico, and Colorado. They all come out of that, and we actually slip backwards. And so I'm curious on the tax structures of those other states that were able to come out of the prolonged recession that went beyond the Great Recession, included the energy recession after that. What was there? Can you or has Pew put together anything on those energy states that kind of show what their tax structure is and how it might differ from Wyoming, and that allowed them to recuperate from the impacts of a downside on energy?
I don't believe that Pew has published anything formal that just looks at those like energy states or the most volatile states. But that's something that I can go back with my team and look at and reach out to you separately once we have some information.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just making a note to follow up on this.
Any other questions? Don?
Representative Larson, I believe NCSL has some slides in their next presentation that speak to your question, and they might prepare for that response.
Thank you.
Further questions for Ms. O? All right, thank you, Ms. O. We appreciate it very much. Oh,
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I just to follow up with Don. Don, you said you didn't want to speak for Pew, but you thought there were 3 criticisms they might have. And I was trying to write those down. One was escalators. I thought you said what were the 3?
Mr. Chairman, what I gather, and please correct me, Ms. O, is we do not have a formal statute policy on how quickly the rainy day should be depleted. We did have that budget shortfall measures legislation, but that is not always actively followed at best. It's more a suggestion than a rule. Secondly, I don't think the state of Wyoming has a statutory or codified policy on bringing the rainy day back up after it has been depleted, meaning Wyoming uses a lot of ad hoc measures. We have those sweeps. When there's money left over, we build our rainy day fund, but it's not a formalized process. And then the third area, which Pew has spoken to previously, and that is a more rigorous determination as to how big our rainy day fund should be. As indicated by her slides, we have the largest, but I think it's the largest almost by happenstance. That's how much was saved, rather than a calculation as to what is an appropriate amount.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Yeah, follow on for Don. Don, did you show them the charts of all our tips and backfills and dips? I'm hoping maybe we get a consolation prize for the most complex system of governmental books.
So yeah, and in response to those 3 points on the formalization, because we're a small state, because of the way that we operate, having the flexibility to not be governed by statute in terms of how we reduce the size of or use the funds is actually a very useful tool in our toolbox. And so that makes me think of why would Pew care about it? If we have a larger fund than most, and we are more conservative about how we expend it than most, which I think we are. I mean, what they want are guidelines or traffic lights to protect people from making bad decisions. As long as you don't make bad decisions, you don't need those traffic lights. And so it's really a matter of governance and having the wherewithal and the being able to know what how much is there, how much you can put in, and how to draw it out. We could argue all day long on what at when we should start tipping into the permanent fund out of the out of the rainy day account. But on the other hand, I would say it's the same thing. Anytime we have excess cash and we realize that we don't have a year of fiscal policies in front of us, we download money into our permanent funds. And so we accomplish everything that I think Pew likes people to do without those formal rules. But if we fall off the wagon, then I can see that the need for it. But I mean, if you're just establishing rules to have rules to be safe, that's understandable. But I don't see how we really fit within the box, if you will, of what you're of trying to establish general guidelines and rules for other states in that regard. So that's my 2 cents on it. Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And something we might think about, committee, is, and I remember, probably 5 or 6 years ago, that I had an amendment that says we shall spend no more than 10% per year out of our rainy day fund to supplant our budgets. And in the compromise, that is in our statutes, by the way, Mr. Co-Chair, but it's a recommendation.
Right.
And I think it's a recommendation for the governor, starts there, but only a recommendation. And if you look at where we are now and what's going on, of course, that would conflict with the money that goes into K through 12, but certainly that was to try to provide sideboards. If we'd have had that statute in place and with K through 12, obviously we wouldn't have been able to do what we're doing, or we couldn't do what we might be doing, in other areas. So in hindsight, it would have been nice to have had that, but then we'd have been up against the wall right now. So I don't know if the committee down the road would want to do something like that, but that's good budget in terms of my view. That's a good way to handle and monitor your savings. And quite frankly, that's what we do in the business world. We have savings and we try to have some guidelines on how we may spend it. But I just want to pass that on. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Okay, further comments? Well, seeing none, thank you, Ms. O. We appreciate it very much. So
thank you.
And we appreciate your willingness to help and assist in the guide, and I'm sure we'll be
the plumber's supposed to come back today and do what he didn't do yesterday. All right,
Okay, Don, who's next?
Mr. Chairman, I believe we have 3 individuals from NCSL who have joined us. Jackson Brainerd, I believe, will kick off the presentation, and then Emily Mayer will do the second half of the presentation, and Mandy Rayful, who I don't think her video is on, is sitting in the background, available to answer questions.
Okay, please proceed. Mr. Brainerd.
Great. Can everyone hear me? Are the slides up? I can't see them on my screen.
No screen. There we go.
All right, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Jackson Brainerd, and I'm a senior policy specialist with the National Conference of State Legislatures Fiscal Affairs Program. I want to thank you for having us here today to speak. I'll be discussing state tax trends and fiscal strategies for enduring and recovering from a recession. And my colleague Emily Mayer will be discussing current state revenue declines, coronavirus relief fund spending, and recent state actions to address budget shortfalls. Next slide, please. If you're not familiar with NCSL, we are a bipartisan organization that serves the legislators and legislative staffs of the states and territories. We provide research and analysis on all manner of policy topics. We lobby on behalf of state interests at the federal level, and we promote learning and communication between states. Just want to clarify before we kick this off that we do not have an official opinion on ideal tax structures, tax bases, or recession management strategies. Next slide, please. Quick sales pitch for you all. In order to keep up with state budget and revenue trends, our fiscal affairs program produces 3 major reports. Our state budget actions report tracks state expenditures across 4 major appropriations categories. The state budget update is a report that tracks revenue performance about halfway through the fiscal year to keep tabs on issues such as shortfalls. And our state tax actions report tracks tax changes enacted by every state each calendar year. All of these reports are the results of 50 state surveys that we send out to legislative fiscal offices around the country and are available to be distributed if you're curious about fiscal situations in other states. Next slide, please. So to start with, I think the main point I'd like to make is that when it comes to taxation during a recession, many of the key tenets of sound tax policy don't really change. Broad bases, low rates, ease of administration, these are all tend to be desirable in any economic climate, regardless of whether you're looking to provide tax relief or raise revenue. I mentioned that we don't have an official position on ideal tax structures, but we did develop some broad principles of a high quality revenue system in coordination with a bipartisan coalition of legislators and legislative staffs across the country. These were last updated in 2007, but they remain relevant today, and I think they can serve as a useful reference point. I won't go through all of these principles, but I do think the second and third are particularly applicable to today's discussion regarding declining revenues. The second principle is that a high quality revenue system produces revenue in a reliable manner. Reliability requires stability, which ideally means limiting your exposure to potential unexpected revenue swings. We just heard from Angela that about the uncertainty in budgeting and tax administration that can result from volatility. Developing a revenue system that is capable of consistently producing revenues that are adequate to balance the state budget in the short term and change at approximately the same rate as desired state spending, whatever that level may be. That's going to help lawmakers avoid frequent tax increases or spending cuts, which can create uncertainty for state residents and taxpayers. The next principle that follows from this is that revenue streams should rely on a balanced variety of revenue sources. Revenue diversification can help states brace their budgets against unexpected downturns in certain tax categories. Most states rely on the 3-legged stool of personal income, sales, and corporate income taxes. Obviously, there are special cases where some states like Wyoming can generate a substantial amount of revenue from mineral resources or tourism taxes like Florida does. Ultimately, whatever the mix, the revenue system should reflect the state's attempt to reach its fiscal policy objectives. As we'll see, actions intended to broaden tax bases and reduce volatility or diversify revenue reliance are some of the more common state tax trends that we're seeing today. Next slide, please. So this chart shows state tax collection by source for the average state, just to give you a comparison of how Wyoming looks to the average state. The personal income tax is generally the most important revenue source for states at around 38% of all collections, followed closely by the sales tax. The selective sales tax category is 16% of collections. That includes excise taxes like alcohol, motor fuel, or tobacco taxes. The corporate income tax, about 5% of total state tax collections. Then the other tax category includes sources like severance taxes, gaming taxes, real estate transfer taxes. Property taxes are generally a local revenue tool, but a handful of states do levy narrow property taxes on things like utilities. Next slide, please. So for the sake of comparison, here are a couple Western, largely rural states that generate more revenue from severance taxes. Half of North Dakota's tax revenues are attributable to severance taxes. The state is heavily reliant on sales tax as well, similar to Wyoming, but they are able to draw on personal and corporate income taxes too. They have the lowest marginal personal income tax rate in the country and the third lowest corporate income tax rate as well. So that explains why it's not as big of a slice of the pie as most income tax states. In Oklahoma, the income tax is the largest revenue raiser, but excise taxes make up a larger portion of the sales and gross receipts tax category than for most other states. Next slide, please. And then here's two other Western states that also share Wyoming's lack of an income tax. Nevada is heavily reliant on sales and excise taxes, specifically amusement taxes. Gaming taxes and gaming licenses are significant revenue raisers as well. You can see gaming taxes are largely reflected in the other tax category. Washington is also very reliant on sales taxes. Their sales tax is actually a gross receipts tax, which has very few exemptions. So their tax base is much broader than the typical state and applies to services that most states leave untaxed. Washington also generates a fair amount of state revenue from property taxes on select utilities. Next slide, please. So as we all know, states across the country have been struggling with moderate or significant revenue declines due to the effects of the coronavirus pandemic and the drop in energy prices. And most are projecting shortfalls in fiscal year 2021. Emily will provide more detail on the extent of these losses, but Moody's Analytics has estimated that the current recession will cost states up to $500 billion through fiscal year 2022, and for context, states were estimated to have lost $283 billion during the Great Recession. So serious budget challenges lie ahead, and it's hard to say precisely how other states will respond to the current downturn, but looking back on how they managed the last one might provide some insight. We monitor how states responded to budget shortfalls during the Great Recessions, and there are some trends that stood out. When the recession began to impact state budgets, they did not immediately rush to raise revenue. Spending cuts and tapping rainy day funds usually came first. Many states burned through most of their reserves in a couple months. 29 states had to resort to across-the-board budget cuts in fiscal years 2010 and 2011, but tax increases did follow. In 2009, 24 states raised taxes by more than 1% of all revenues, and only one state cut them. 12 more states raised taxes significantly in 2010, while only one cut them. The personal income tax was a go-to revenue-raising tool for many states. Several targeted higher income earners who could presumably bear the burden with greater ease than middle or lower class taxpayers. Between fiscal years 2010 and 2012, at least 10 states increased personal income tax rates, with 8 of them targeting the increases towards those with high or relatively high incomes. In many cases, these rate increases were temporary. Several states also increased taxes on capital gains or repealed or reduced available deductions as well. At least 19 states turned to the sales tax to plug budget gaps after the last recession. A few states raised sales tax rates, but most actions involved broadening the base, eliminating exemptions and vendor compensation fees, or pursuing revenues lost to internet sales. Business tax reform was also an emphasis between fiscal years 2010 and 2012. A few states increased business tax rates. Several states broadened the tax base by modifying deductions or reducing credits. A bit later in the recovery, states began seeking business tax relief or reform measures to spur economic growth. So by 2012, 20 states cut business taxes or expanded tax credit programs. Excise taxes and tourism taxes were also used to help make up shortfalls during the last recession. Between fiscal years 2010 and 2012, at least 8 states enacted measures to expand casino gambling or lottery offerings. 4 states increased rental car taxes, 5 increased gas taxes, 12 raised significant amounts of revenue by increasing fees tied to licensing, registration, and permitting. Sin taxes in general proved to be a popular source of revenue as well, and they're generally more resistant to economic downturns than other sources. At least 25 states raised taxes on alcohol or tobacco products between fiscal years 2010 and 2012. And again, in some cases, the new taxes or surcharges were applied only temporarily. Next slide, please. So as states recovered from the last recession, some of those trends, especially sales tax base broadening, business tax reform, and excise taxation, those continue to evolve or into some of the more trendy tax topics of the last few years. It seems likely that the current downturn will accelerate some of them. 2020 hasn't been a particularly busy year from a tax actions perspective. Like the Great Recession, we're seeing more actions on budget cuts or budget freezes and use of rainy day funds before getting to tax increases. But the few enactments that have occurred largely line up with many of the trends that we saw leading into the pandemic. A big one, sales tax base expansion. There's a long-standing trend in the sales tax realm that more and more consumer purchases are being left out of the sales tax base. And there's been a recent push to tax a greater share of personal consumption. Only a handful of states, mentioned Washington, tax services broadly. And we've seen several states over the last few years enact legislation to apply the sales tax to additional services, including Connecticut, Kentucky, Iowa, North Carolina, and DC. We've also seen a push to apply the sales tax to things like digital products, streaming services, software as a service, and those products are all taxable in about half of the states. The most prominent sales tax trend over the last couple of years has been the push to tax remote sales, since the Supreme Court paved the way for it via the 2018 Wayfair decision. With only a couple exceptions, all of the states with sales taxes have adopted economic nexus thresholds and marketplace facilitator laws to tax internet retailers and platforms that facilitate online sales for third parties. A developing trend in this space is that states are looking to have marketplace facilitators collect other types of taxes and fees in addition to sales taxes. For example, Arkansas enacted a measure last year to classify accommodations intermediaries as marketplace facilitators and require them to collect state tourism taxes in addition to sales taxes. Indiana required marketplace facilitators to collect and remit the state innkeeper tax. Several states considered legislation to require them to collect car rental surcharges this year. And legislation recently passed in North Carolina requires marketplace facilitators to collect local food and beverage taxes. So these conversations are all following the emergence of new potential revenue sources that have grown over the last decade as the sharing economy has upended various established industries. Short-term rental companies like Airbnb, transportation network companies like Uber and Lyft, car sharing companies, grocery delivery, all presenting new regulatory challenges for states. They've had to determine whether to shoehorn these platforms into existing regulations on similar traditional industries or develop new tax and regulatory frameworks to accommodate them. Additionally, changing public viewpoints and hopes of generating new revenue have resulted in many states legalizing and taxing marijuana and sports betting. Most states have resisted allowing lottery tickets to be purchased over the internet or allowing internet casino gaming, but state experiences with very productive mobile sports betting revenues during the pandemic seem likely to lead a surge in internet gaming. The growth in fuel-efficient hybrid and electric vehicles has created a concern about the sustainability of the gas tax, which is only growing as people drive less and oil prices dip. At least 31 states and DC have enacted legislation to increase motor fuel taxes since 2013. Others have implemented variable rate taxes, as Indiana just did. They're tied to inflation or the price of gas. They placed fees on electric vehicles or experimented with vehicle miles traveled taxes. Like Wyoming did this year, quite a few states are also considering how to appropriately tax and regulate e-cigarettes. And traditional excise taxes are receiving attention as well. 7 states have also increased standard tobacco tax rates since 2018. And then for a number of good reasons, most states with income taxes tie their tax codes to the federal code. So when changes are made at the federal level, it impacts state revenues. The Federal CARES Act included a number of business tax relief provisions like expanded net operating losses or interest deductions that several states, recently including New York, Colorado, Connecticut, and North Carolina, have decided that they cannot afford, and we're expecting that some other states will follow in their footsteps. Next slide, please. And speaking of the federal government, federal transfers to states make up about 1/3 of state general fund revenue on average. The CARES Act also provided states with some aid, but there was no flexibility, as we know, provided to use it for revenue shortfalls. Based on the shortfalls states are projecting, NCSL has been lobbying the federal government for additional state aid to the tune of $500 billion. That aid has obviously not materialized yet, and if it does, it's still very uncertain how much will actually be provided. So just a word of caution that in the short term, there may not be substantial assistance from Washington, D.C., and depending on how Congress chooses to address federal budget deficits resulting from the current downturn, those federal dollars may not be as reliable of a revenue source further in the future either. So with that, I will turn it over to Emily and happy to answer questions after that.
Can't hear you, Emily.
Number one rule of doing a virtual presentation, take yourself off of mute. Thanks so much, Jackson, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, and members of the committee for inviting us here today. Again, my name is Emily Mayer, and I am a policy associate in the Fiscal Affairs Program at NCSL. We've been tracking the coronavirus pandemic implications on state budgets and tax revenue fairly closely for the past 5 or 6 months here. I'm going to begin with an overview of state revenue declines overall and what that picture looks like. Then I'll discuss the Coronavirus Relief Fund under the CARES Act and some examples of how states are using the CRF before closing with information on state budget actions to address shortfalls. So yes, with this image, certainly sums up the current state of state budgets. The speed and severity of the economic shutdown put in place to curb the spread of COVID was like watching revenues go down the drain, as Angela and Jackson both alluded to in their presentations. And it's certainly hard to fathom just a few months ago the excellent fiscal conditions states were in headed into 2020. And after more than 6 tumultuous months since the first case of COVID-19 in the United States, the coronavirus pandemic has wreaked havoc on an economy that was coming along at the start of 2020. Just to put it into perspective, according to Moody's Analytics, 8 weeks into the economic shutdown led to unemployment numbers comparable to those seen 70 weeks of the Great Recession. So we really dipped quite quickly into some tough economic times. And ultimately, unemployment soared to nearly 15% by the end of April. And we've seen those numbers decrease a bit over the last few months, but they're still fairly high. And state governments are projecting massive revenue declines, and the once hoped for V-shaped recovery is now positioned to be a slow swoosh for years to come. And it's certainly on the minds of all legislatures and throughout the nation currently. Next slide, please. So this map shows states that have officially revised revenue forecasts for FY 2021. You'll see the red means higher anticipated losses. Many states are in that 15 to 25% range. And as you see, many of those states also line up with the kind of volatility score Angela noted as well. So they're seeing some deep declines. The gray states just haven't revised their forecasts yet. An official forecast is what we're looking at. And then some states have updated their forecasts since this screenshot was taken, including Wisconsin and Tennessee. And as Jackson noted, Moody's Analytics is anticipating a $500 billion shortfall for states, quite significant. And of course, it's a double whammy for states relying on oil production with a turbulent spring and tourism as individuals and families are traveling less and staying at home. So you'll see here, Alaska, Hawaii, California, Wyoming, New Mexico, all states that are anticipating pretty significant declines. And we're anticipating as states continue to revise their forecasts that these shades, unfortunately, will get a little bit deeper red. So we're on the lookout to see what states are publishing those updated revenue forecasts. Next slide, please. Oh, and can you go back one slide? Sorry about that. And the last thing to note was, and I'll address this later into the presentation, but many states are utilizing their rainy day funds or reserve accounts to meet these declines. As Angela noted, Wyoming has the largest rainy day fund, and overall, the majority of state rainy day funds were healthier as a result of lessons learned during the, as a result of the Great Recession. Next slide. So this pie chart of state general fund expenditures is here just to put it into perspective. As states are preparing for revenues that are 15 to 25% less than expected, as you can see here, 25% of revenue reductions is equivalent to what states spend on Medicaid and corrections combined. So quite significant, 1/4 of the pie. And of course, in most states, difficult decisions will need to be made to meet those declines and budget shortfall actions. Next slide, please. So I won't, stay on this slide for too long or the next. I'm sure you've all been briefed on it, but just going back to the timeline of federal legislation, since we'll be discussing the Coronavirus Relief Fund. Of course, the first round was issued in early March, and not only was that an $8.3 billion bill, but it included $1 billion to reimburse state and local governments for response costs back to January. And then we saw the second round, the Family First Act that provided money for testing, FMAP increases, nutritional assistance, paid sick leave and family leave, and providing funding to states for unemployment insurance administrations. And then of course, the big one here is the CARES Act, which established the $150 billion Coronavirus Relief Fund, which we'll be discussing a little bit more in depth in the coming slides. And then round 3.5, as some would say, was additional funding to the popular Paycheck Protection Program in the CARES Act, and additional funds for testing and healthcare providers, and the emergency economic injury disaster loans, which all can be forgiven. And since that time, nearly 5 million loans have been approved under the Paycheck Protection Program. And in Wyoming in particular, as of June 30th, over 13,000 loans have been approved, representing more than $1 billion in net dollars. And that program was recently extended into August. Next slide.
Mr. Chairman. Bob?
Please go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So could we go back to that last slide a little? Well, we don't need to go back to it, but I heard you say that there was an FMAP increase, and was that based on a particular type of reimbursement, or did that come across the state FMAP reimbursement as a whole? And did we see that apply to Wyoming, and for what services? Do you know?
Mr. Chairman, I'm actually not positive, but I can certainly reach out to our colleagues in DC. They are the experts in our office on this federal legislation. So I can certainly see if the FMAP increase applied to the states and how it was implemented in Wyoming.
Well, did I not hear you correctly that you did say there were some FMAP increases, and of course then it would apply to states? That's the only place it is.
Correct. I'm just not as familiar, quite honestly, with that specific detail of that bill, but I can certainly reach out to our colleagues to get some more information and the background.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Of course.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. On the PPP, the round 3.5, I know they extended the date to August 8th, I believe, but as I understand it, there was no new money. Is that correct? So they just could extend what they got, and if they cost them more money, they had to come up with it on their own for the business. Is that a fair assessment? And if that is the case, which I think it is there anything going on in Congress to add more money to those original estimates that the businesses had for the PPP?
Sure, and that is correct. in that 3.5 round, there was additional funding, but the recent bill that was signed only extended the PPP to August 8th correctly. And then they also modified some provisions. So businesses are now able to utilize the loan for 60% of their payroll costs instead of 70% of their payroll costs, and small provisions like that to make it a little bit easier for businesses to get that full loan forgiven. I am not positive that additional funding will be added in other rounds. However, I will say that our colleagues are working really diligently to advocate for increased support for businesses. And I know that that is a continued issue on the minds of lawmakers in Washington and also throughout the country.
And I can, sorry, jump in on that. I just spoke to one of our DC colleagues yesterday who said he had heard that there was rumblings about adding more money to the PPP program. Less conversation about state and local aid, unfortunately. But yeah.
Thanks, Jackson.
Any other questions? Okay, Emily, anything else? Keep going.
Yeah, keep going. Thank you for those questions. So this slide really represents the disbursement of the coronavirus relief funds and the guidance under U.S. Treasury. Those funds began disbursement in mid-April, and since then, Treasury has posted and updated an FAQ of how those funds can be used. So this is, of course, not all of the guidance, but I just wanted to pull out a few examples of eligible expenses using the CRF. So grants to reimburse the cost of business interruption, which could include rent, mortgage payments, utility bills, payroll support programs. The funds can be used for unemployment insurance costs. The CARES Act also allows states to pay out benefits without increasing the burden on businesses. And then additional rent, mortgage, eviction assistance to individuals and families directly impacted by the loss of income. Workers' compensation is an eligible expense. And then more recently, the FEMA match was decided upon as an eligible expense, and that can be used to meet the non-federal matching requirements to the extent that those matching requirements are related to COVID-19 costs. And then in red here are examples where the CRF cannot be used or encouraged against. And encouraged against is really what I'm referring to with long-term loans. While loans are acceptable, short-term loans may be easier to spend before the deadline, and long-term loans might be problematic, and you might not be able to spend those dollars before that December 30th deadline. Workforce bonuses, severance pay, and capital improvement projects are also examples of expenditures that are not eligible under the CRF. And of course, as you all are very well aware, the revenue replacement is not on the table either. And those funds must be spent, not just obligated, by December 30th. And when we're discussing this with legislators and legislative staff throughout the country, it's really kind of that but-for test. Was this expense but for the coronavirus pandemic? If so, that's most likely an eligible expense. If it was not but for the COVID-19 pandemic, then you may want to relook at those programs. And then some states are asking for deadlines for newly established programs to end either in November or December. And what I mean by this is either through the Economic Development Agency issuing these business loans or local governments using the CRF. Some states are asking for those dollars to be spent by the end of November or the beginning of December. So if there's still a pot of money left in the CRF, the state can then decide upon how they want to use those funds by the deadline.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So, Wendy, could you help me on the capital improvements projects, because we kind of keep getting mixed signals. We hear healthcare facilities that are making improvements to accommodate COVID type stuff. I mean, are we not classifying that as capital improvement, or what is that definition?
Sure. From my understanding, I believe Mandy's on the line as well, who is really familiar with the guidance. But from my understanding, that if it's a capital improvement project that was not already anticipated, or was anticipated and in the works, or if it's not related to the coronavirus pandemic, then it is not an eligible expense. The improvements to be made to mitigate the virus, to create social distancing measures within businesses or in state agencies or in the legislative state house are eligible expenses because they are related to the coronavirus pandemic and mitigating the virus. Does that help?
It does. Just your slide would indicate all capital improvement projects are taboo, and I think your clarification would suggest otherwise.
Absolutely. Thank you. I'll take that into consideration as well.
Okay, other questions? All right, please proceed.
Okay, great. All good questions too. So this next slide here is, as I mentioned, we're tracking the CRF legislative and executive spending. These are the majority categories of CRF spending and where it falls that we've seen, that we've been tracking. So of course, the local government allocation is for cities and counties that weren't eligible for the direct payments in the initial disbursement. And throughout this slide, I'm going to give some examples of what states are doing within each of these categories. States, of course, are still, as you all are deciding upon how to use those CRF spending dollars. So in Washington, they allocated $300 million to local governments for eligible expenses. Iowa allocated $125 million to go towards relief for Iowa communities. And they also launched an online portal for payments that cities and counties could apply for reimbursement. State agencies is also receiving a large chunk of the CRF for IT costs to improve teleworking, sanitization, purchasing PPE, emergency staffing for things like contract tracing. In Colorado, they allocated approximately $85 million for payroll expenses and other necessary expenditures for state employees and similar employees whose services are substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to the COVID-19 emergency. In Vermont, they appropriated $750,000 for use by the legislature, the Surgeon at Arms, and the Office of Legislative Information Technology to contract with an independent third party for an assessment of the space and health and safety needs, excuse me, of the legislative branch for COVID-19 mitigation and meeting social distancing requirements. And there are, as I mentioned in my response to the question, a great question, because here it is being brought up, that money will also go to upgrades to the State House for mitigation, purchase of any equipment, or implementing upgrades for space transfers, to purchase legislative information technology equipment, etc., including laptops, tablets, camera and video setup to make their legislative process a little bit easier as a result of the pandemic. And then, of course, the small business relief is receiving much of the attention. States are extremely concerned about the well-being of their small business community, as it has a direct result of their economic health in the state. Montana is a good example here. They created various business programs utilizing over $200 million of their CRF to create 3 or 4 main programs, one being a loan deferment program, which is facilitated by Montana banks, credit unions, and lending institutions in partnership with the state of Montana. And the governor is directing $125 million of that program to the loan deferment program, with $25 million specifically dedicated to hotels and restaurants, and the remaining $100 million dedicated to other eligible borrowers. And then they have a few smaller programs, one being an innovation grant program, which is intended to help companies scale up, improve capabilities, or drive expanded distribution of products for services developed in response to COVID-19. They have a food and agricultural adaptability program, which is grants grants that are available to food and agriculture businesses, and a business stabilization grant program to provide working capital for small businesses to support payroll, rent, debt service, and expenses related to shifts in operations. On the public health side, most all states are, allocating funds to public health and emergency response for expanding testing, overtime, PPE, stabilization funding for frontline workers, contact tracing, and telehealth. In Arkansas, they authorized spending authority of $150 million in federal funds for the Department of Human Services to disperse, including $80 million to provide bonus payments to workers in hospitals, as well as non-clinical staff members such as janitors and cafeteria workers in hospitals, nursing homes, and other facilities. CRF is also being used to fund universities, community colleges, and K-12 schools for mitigating the spread, for online distance learning, and for reopening preparedness. In Maryland, up to $90 million will be allocated to reimburse state-supported universities. In North Carolina, $30 million is going towards purchasing computers and other devices for local schools. And then the broadband expansion is really coming into play in this education pool, where we're seeing broadband expansion being funded through education needs. In Missouri, they created an emergency broadband investment fund, and this initiative allocates $20 million of the coronavirus relief funds to establish a reimbursement program for broadband providers targeted to households with students or vulnerable populations. In the human services pot, we're seeing many states offer grants to child care providers, including New Hampshire, Vermont, Washington, Minnesota, North Dakota, and Oregon. Oregon is also allocating $4 million to support domestic violence survivors. And in Montana, they are offering grants of up to $1,000 per individual to go towards purchasing equipment to assist those with disabilities and have trouble accessing telework equipment. The housing assistance and homelessness prevention is an aspect that many states are looking at as well. In Florida, the governor allocated $250 million to rent assistance for households in total, with a separate pool for rent and mortgage assistance to counties based on county reemployment. And then a third pot would be dedicated, and it's around $10 million, would be dedicated to administrative costs for administering the programs. And then a few states are keeping their state unemployment insurance trust funds solvent, including Nebraska, North Dakota, and Mississippi, by utilizing the CRF. And then there are many states that are just setting aside CRF for the general fund or a discretionary spending fund, so that they're able to decide how to use those funds at a later date. Next slide. So the big question is, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to your slide or your comments on the state agencies and paying the state health officer or the county health officer and their related staff with the CRF funds. To me, that would be an existing expenditure. And so how do they get around the existing expenditure, calling it a COVID related? Obviously, it's their work currently is focused on COVID, but I guess I'm a little murky in the water on that. So could you explain a little further, please?
Sure. And yes, the guidance is a little difficult to comprehend too. But I believe that the case can be made that those employees are now dedicating their services to COVID-19. So their existing role has shifted completely in some cases. And so that is where that argument could be made. Is that helpful?
Very helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Emily, thank you. Do you guys, and particularly if you can get this information, and obviously it changes every day, but do you know how much money states have actually spent? So what's the overall, actually spent on stuff right now? What percentage of the whole pie that went out to states is actually on the ground right now?
So unfortunately, I would love to have that information as well. We are in the process of just detailing what states are allocating in these sort of pots, these categories. I am not aware of any resource that knows how much has actually been spent. But that is definitely something that is on our radar, as it would be super helpful for us to analyze how states are spending the CRF. And I actually noted, I'm not sure if you had made this comment earlier this morning, but I noted that as well. That's definitely something that would be useful to know. So unfortunately, no, I don't have those numbers.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, so do you have any other, I guess the other question I would have is, are you seeing, I guess if you don't know what they're spending the money on, then maybe you don't know what trends are. But what would also be interesting is, what is the trend? Are we getting a little more relaxed on how, I'm going to use the relaxed word rather than any other word. Are we finding more ways to spend the money, states, now than we were a month ago or 2 weeks ago or a week ago? And is there a trend on let's get the money spent?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So I would say that because the guidance has been expanded since the disbursement occurred in mid-April, there has been an expansion of, and I mean that in the sense that there's a little bit more knowledge of how the funds can be spent. There's more flexibility in places that there weren't originally, such as the FEMA match, and there in other places, there's less flexibility. An example of this is there was a big push in the beginning, maybe to use a lot of the CRF towards broadband expansion, which is occurring, but it's occurring on a perhaps smaller scale than originally anticipated because of those funds needing to be spent by the deadline.
Mr. Chairman.
I guess anything you could get us on what's occurring around the country on how things are changing as it relates to that end date as well, right? Are states trying to figure out ways to push that end date? Obviously, we would like to.
Right. Yeah, of course. And Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Yes, there is, of course, an appetite for that, but unfortunately, from our discussions with Treasury and our conversations at the federal level, that end date is pretty solidified, and it's very unlikely that it will change.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. You know, a question, as I look at other states with, you read about hospitals, they don't have the capacity to deal with the COVID-related patients and bring them in. And so what they're doing is they're setting up temporary facilities, but they're also working on existing facilities and upgrading and putting in the negative pressure rooms and really COVID-related activities. You read the guidelines and they're vague to begin with about rural health care, but in these states that are doing that, are they applying for these, the rural hospital or these hospital funds to do where they go into, we have a particular instance in Wyoming where there's a hospital up in the northern part of the state that wants to convert rooms to COVID related to be able to handle this pandemic that we're into. Are you seeing that going on in other states, and are they utilizing those funds for COVID related, where they're not just temporary, but they're a permanent or part of a permanent facility?
That's, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
That's a great question. I have not seen much delineation between the funds going directly to healthcare costs and hospitals as a state, and it being directed to rural communities and rural hospitals. If a hospital is perhaps at capacity and needing additional rooms or facilities in order to respond to the virus's outbreak because of caseload, patient load, etc., I would say, based on the guidance, that that's an eligible expense.
And to follow up on that too, and I appreciate that, that's my interpretation of it as well.
Mm-hmm.
What we've done in Wyoming, and we talk about small businesses, and we're very, very cognizant of the importance of small business to our state, like all the states, quite frankly. And what we've done is we've set up a grant program where there's 3 tranches, if you will, for different grants. And you mentioned the other states are doing loans. Is Wyoming hung out because we're doing grants? I think we're not, but what would be your interpretation if we're doing grants for small businesses? And it's COVID related because, all of a sudden on a Monday morning, there's no revenues, there's nobody there, there's no activity, they can't open their bar or restaurant, they can't cut hair, whatever it is. So we're giving them grants. And then we're also giving them grants for COVID related if they have to do something specific. Are we hung out, or are we kind of with everybody else?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
I would say that you're in the pack with everyone else. These loan programs are, again, the long-term loans are riskier because the program funding may not be able to be spent. Most states are looking at grant funds for small businesses. And there's few exceptions with these loan deferment programs where they're trying to leverage the CRF with the banks within the state to increase those dollars. But with that said, that spending that was allocated through CRF still needs to be spent, even if the program continues past the year.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned grants to childcare. I'd be interested, on what basis are those grants made?
Sure, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Sure, 1 second. Actually, let me, I'm gonna pull up my notes just so I'm clear. So most of them are for reopening and recovery and stabilization costs. A lot of, or many states allow child care facilities to open back up in the beginning of June. So those costs are going to reopening. And I have a more detailed list as well that has how much of the CRF is going to that specific purpose as well, if that would be helpful in a follow-up later on.
Yes, thank you. I would be interested in that.
Sure.
Okay. Any other questions? Please go on.
Thank you. Oops. Just pulling my notes back up. So budget shortfall actions, how will states balance their budget is really, the $1 million question right now. We're seeing states make budget cuts across the board. Washington has asked agencies to prepare 15% in cuts. Florida's governor vetoed $1 billion from the budget. So these across the board cuts were kind of the initial shortfall actions that we were seeing. And then there are some more targeted higher ed K through 12 cuts to universities and local schools. And there's also been a lot of tactics around furloughs, pay cuts, and pay freezes. And I understand that you all were discussing this matter earlier this morning. So many states are looking at eliminating pay raises, keeping vacant positions vacant, furloughing for multiple days a month, and then state pay cuts. In California, state workers will be furloughed up to 2 days a month in exchange for 2 flexible days a year. And that equates to a $2.8 billion cut. Of course, a large state with California, that's you know, a huge number. In Georgia, state lawmakers' pay was cut by 10%, which means $2.2 billion in cuts or savings. In Utah, they eliminated a pay increase, a 3% pay bump that was implemented last year as well and was anticipated this coming year, but that has been eliminated. And then, as I mentioned before, and as Angela alluded to as well, many states are pulling from their reserve funds. Nevada pulled over $400 million from their reserves to cover some costs in FY20, and 11 other states have tapped into their rainy day funds as a budget shortfall action. Next slide, please. So if budget cuts were not enough, we might see some tax increases. Probably not so much this year, as it's a tough position for lawmakers in an election year. Very few states have enacted increases so far. Arizona, California, Colorado, Illinois, North Carolina, and New York. And as Jackson mentioned in his slides, there have been some states that have decoupled from the CARES Act provisions that limit deductions on interest payments and eliminated corporate tax breaks. And then some states are borrowing and have already authorized borrowing. New York, New Jersey, California, and then Illinois and Hawaii have taken advantage of the municipal liquidity facility and have authorized borrowing dollars from the MLF. And if states behave like they did during the last downturn, they will look to broaden the tax base by eliminating certain credits and exemptions. They might turn to temporary tax increases and possibly target high income earners. And as Jackson spoke a little bit about as well, taxing new products like vaping, marijuana, sports betting, online sales, or even technology. In Maryland, they were supposed to put a 10% tax on digital advertising, but it was vetoed by the governor. So that's just an example of some steps that legislatures have taken thus far. And we are...
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. You know, a question I have on, taxing high earners or however you want to, whatever you want to call it. I've read that there are states out there, and maybe you can get us some information on this. There are states out there that actually tax out-of-state property owners at a different rate. Obviously, it's a constitutional issue in Wyoming, so you'd have to go to the voter to do it. But and then taxing high-end property at a rate higher than a homeowner, or you can do it the opposite way. You can raise it and then you can provide tax exemptions to everybody under that. So if you could provide some of those examples back to us, I would be very interested in that.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Sure, we will certainly look into that. And Jackson is pretty seasoned in the tax issue as well. I don't know if he has any comments, but if he doesn't, we'll certainly look into those issues and follow back up.
Okay. Go ahead.
Great. Well, my last piece was really that since NCSL has been tracking it, budget shortfall so closely, in addition to the revenue declines, we have web pages with information on both of those topic areas. This is a screenshot here of our new budget shortfall database, which includes actions on budget cuts that you can select and revenue increases, and you can also select based on state. And once you do that, it'll pull up a chart with the shortfall measure, a description, whether it's been enacted or proposed, and the source where that action was made. Next slide, please. And with that, I just wanted to say thank you so much for inviting us to be a part of this meeting. And if you have any other questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Questions? So the big question of the day is, how many of you folks get to pick on Mark Quiner on occasion?
Mr. Chairman, well acquainted with Mark Quiner. He was very excited to hear that we were presenting today.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Jackson, you made a reference to tourism taxes. We've implemented a statewide lodging tax here. What are other examples of tourism taxes?
Mr. Chairman, it's going to be anything that, so lodging taxes, car rental taxes, amusement fees and admission fees to, entertainment establishments, really anything that's geared towards getting revenue from people who are coming in from out of state. So it could be toll roads as well, things of that nature.
Okay, further questions? Seeing none. All right, well, thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate it. Thanks for speaking over the lunch hour. Where are you guys located? Are you, some of you in Denver, elsewhere?
Mr. Chairman, all three of us are actually in Denver.
Okay.
Working from home.
Co-chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-chair. Sorry for not jumping a little bit sooner, but I've been looking at some other states relative to agriculture, and of course the cattle market is, we understand what's happening to the cattle market. I've looked at in Wyoming, we have a lot of sheep, and that market has been devastated. People tell me that they're moving ahead on that. Of course, if you understand the cattle industry, if you have a cow-calf operation, you sell your calves in the fall, and so you're not able to show the losses that you would occur until then. But people or other states, maybe Idaho, are taking advantage of this and somehow creating opportunities for these ag operators to get advantage and have some COVID funds. Are you seeing any of that out there?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure at this point. Again, we haven't seen too many actions on the revenue or tax relief side of things. I'd have to go back and look and see if there's anything that's been proposed.
So this is strictly COVID related.
Mr. Chairman, there have been grants like the grant I mentioned in Montana that are specifically targeted to farmers, agricultural businesses, meat processing businesses, etc. So there are other states that are looking at relief through CRF grants.
Would you please send some of that information on the application and how they justified it, and we could circulate it to our ag producers in our state? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, of course.
Okay, further questions? Seeing none. Once again, thanks a lot. We appreciate it. Emily, Mandy, and Jackson. All right. Okay, members, it's now 1 o'clock. So we've got two options. We can continue to plow through this, or we can take a break. Do we got to have a consensus on what we want to do?
Take a break.
Take a break.
All right, so we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock.